Whoa, to another stream. How about that? Hello, Katieson, Esker Sheh, Hotzenplots, Yetanasov, Hotzenblots, Zoding, Mr. Botka, Phil Ship, Sasa Lala, Jiang, Out9, Hello Zor, Just Roxy Awesome, Centus, hello, welcome, Sibani, hello, ZX Sap Zero, welcome as well. Mustafa, hello, Darendels, welcome. So today is Sunday, if I'm not mistaken, right, today is Sunday, and that means today, according to the schedule, we're supposed to be doing game development, but yesterday I was feeling like doing Ada programming, and to be fair, it kind of hooked me up, not gonna lie, and I want to continue doing Ada today, because we still have some unfinished stuff. Right, so I still want to manage to connect to Freenode via a secure connection using Ada, and also see how we can integrate secure connection with the IRC library. Oh, by the way, I think I even like put the plan for today on the schedule. Maybe this is something that I should start doing. Migrate something to... Nah, I'm actually kind of like thinking of migrating Mr. Botka to Ada, right? So I'm kind of thinking to go to the 5th iteration of the bot where I would rewrite it in Ada. And Ada seems like a pretty interesting language to write a bot in. So, okay, here's the plan for today. So I want to set up Ada mode for Emacs. I managed to make it work on my machine right before the stream. And I figured out the reason why it doesn't work, and it's fucking hilarious. So... yeah, you'll see. So it has some problems, but they are sort of like a by design problems. They're supposed to be like that. And this is primarily because the developers of that Ada mode don't really care about the usability of their mode. And to be fair, these usability problems are super easy to fix. Maybe we're gonna go into that and try to submit like a pull request. Well, they don't really have a GitHub repo. Maybe like send a patch via email like boomers. Anyway, so the next step is going to be learning how to use TLS sockets in Ada, right? This is something that we couldn't make working yesterday, but we managed to make working regular sockets yesterday. So we managed to connect to Freenode service via plain connection, and it worked. So that means what you need to do is just slap some encryption on top of that, and you're good to go. And after we've done that, yeah, we want to see how we can integrate that TLS secure connection with Ada IRC. Yeah, that's pretty much the plan for today. I'm not sure how it's gonna go, but yeah, that's pretty good. You're supposed to read the source code and figure it out. What's expecting to improve? Yeah. Anyway, so that's the plan for today. We're gonna be still using the same repo as we used yesterday, Ada probe. So it's just like a bunch of, you know, notes and sketches to play with Ada. Nothing special. Yeah. So yeah, I also gonna create a separate playlist for Ada streams. So I think every time we stream Ada, I'm gonna actually like put that stream into the playlist on our VODs channel, and I'm gonna also link the links to the VODs in the README if anyone ever wanna like watch them. So yeah, that's our journey, boys and girls. That's our journey. Let's go. Let's fucking go. Okay. So this is how we're gonna do that, and I'm gonna go to the Ada. I think it was somewhere in a probe. Ada probe. So what's the status here? Let's fetch the latest stuff. It's not pprune. It's just prune, okay? Just prune. And I did a little bit of stuff off screen, I think. Yeah, I actually did like a very small thing. Can I do div head? maybe something like show. Oh yeah, there we go. So essentially, remember how I had like two port definitions? One for the secure connection, another one for not secure connection. So apparently, yeah, I just defined the constant boolean and I assigned a simple expression here. If you want to use secure connection, use this port. If you don't want to use secure connection, use this port. And I'm using the same boolean constant to create sockets, because socket also requires like boolean, whether you want to secure or not secure socket. Why is this even interesting? Like, there's nothing particularly special here, right? So it's interesting because constant is a compile time value in Ada. You can use them in a compile time context, for example, for ranges of the array. Ranges of the array has to be known at compile time, and if you define a constant, it can be used there. So what essentially I'm doing here, I at compile time decide whether it's going to be secure or not secure connection, and at compile time this simple expression gets evaluated. So as you can see in Ada, we have rudimentary mechanisms for running compile time evaluation, like in a proper modern language, but you have to keep in mind that this language was designed in 80s. So again, like, there's nothing particularly impressive here, right? It's just like, it's a very old language and you can do that still. Like, it's just something interesting. This is something I find fascinating. And this is like a if as expression, right? So usually in Ada you have if as a statement, right? But this is if as expression, which is equal to ternary operator in C-like languages, right? It's just looks like this, and it's syntactically almost indistinguishable from just a regular if. It just, I guess, depends on the context or something. All right. So yeah, I don't know why I wanted to say that. It's just something that I find fascinating for some reason, because I don't know. Okay, so we usually use Vim for developing Ada. Which is not particularly convenient for me, because I'm better at using Emacs than Vim. I can use Vim, but I just more efficient with Emacs because I spend more time in Emacs, right? But unfortunately, Ada Emacs mode is absolute pipega, right? So you can install it, but it's not going to work properly. It will highlight some of these things. As you can see, it will highlight some of these things like string literals and also comments, right? It highlights them, but everything else is just nah, not going to work. It's just not going to work. So to fix that, we have to take a look at the error that's getting spit out. Yeah, so this is essentially what you need to do. Yeah, it's kind of interesting, but it's not enough actually. So just running the script is not gonna get you anywhere, to be fair. So this is a deeper rabbit hole that you may actually think. It's a way deeper rabbit hole. All right, so let's go there. You have to actually go to the place where, first of all, it doesn't tell you where you have to go, right? So it doesn't really tell you, right? Right, you have to run build in the ELPA package. If you don't know what the fuck that means, you won't be able to figure it out. Well, yeah, but it does not contradict to my point, right? The fact that you know where to find that does not contradict to my point that if you don't know that, you cannot find that, right? So it's really bad. It's really bad. The usually packages are installed in here, and you can find Ada mode in here. Let me actually. Okay, so we already have that installed, but yeah. I don't remember who actually installed that, but essentially you're gonna have a pretty hard time if you have a fresh installation of Emacs. Let me actually try that. I think I want to actually check it out. So it's gonna be. Don't really want to remove everything. Yeah, whatever, it doesn't really matter that much. So the problem that I also had off screen is that here's the script that you need to run, right? It asks you to run this script. This script does this weird thing. it reaches to something called WIZI or WYSI, and it tries to find that in the hierarchy up. So it tries to find it here. Luckily, I have it installed. Right. Luckily, I have it installed, but what's interesting is that package, the Ada package, like Ada mode package, doesn't state that it depends on that package, so if you just install Ada mode, it won't install it automatically. So, and that's the problem that I had off-screen, like on a different account. Right, so essentially, the first time you try to run the script and you don't have this installed, it's not gonna work and it's gonna fail with a really stupid error which doesn't explain shit. But coincidentally here it's gonna work. So this is why I was was trying to demonstrate that. All right, so we have a WYSI installed. So let's actually go ahead and run the script. You thought it's gonna be that easy, right? You thought you're gonna just install WYSI and it's gonna just work, right? This is what you thought. Well, no, excuse me. So it fails somewhere in these GPR files, right? It fails somewhere there. So Ada mode, WYSI, parse, GPR, and it requires like gnet call, gnets SQLite or some shit like that, right? So and apparently these are some sort of like third-party dependencies. If you try to search for these things like gnet call, maybe it stands for gnet collections. This is the things that you have to install yourself manually. All right, so what do we need here? We need gnet call itself. I don't know. I have no idea what the fuck is this. Right. So you have to install that. Then you need SQLite one. Well, at least we know that you can do SQLite in GNAT, which is already pretty cool. Right. And another thing, you need something called XREF, and I have no idea what that is, but you need those things there. Right. And if we try to install them. Okay. So we're just going to quickly install them. And again, it doesn't even explain you what you have to do. And I coincidentally have these things available in my official repo. What if you use some sort of a Zoomer distribution which doesn't include anything Ada related? So you'll have to probably build them yourself. Okay, so we have this installed. Let's go back to where we're trying to run the script. And only now it runs, and it will actually spend several minutes compiling some executables. Right, so I suppose it will compile the executables that will be run by the Emacs, right? So it's some sort of like a custom language server, right? So, or whatever. But wait, there is more. Well, like, first you have to wait a couple of minutes, and then we're gonna have additional problems here. Yeah, I'm actually gonna go to the kitchen and turn on my kettle. I think it's already turned on, so I think I'm gonna just pour some water. Don't go anywhere. Watch the compilation. Watch the compilation. Otherwise, it's not gonna work. The water cooled down, so I have to actually turn on the kettle yet again. Ada process actions. Ada, time-tested, safe, and secure, because you can't compile anything. The most secure program is the one that doesn't exist, am I right? Absolutely fucking epic. The kettle is turned on, yes. Hello, Ronak Mehtav. Welcome. Welcome. Ada process actions, process lalur, WYSI Ada. Okay, so I think my kettle is ready. Keep watching the compilation process. Keep watching the compilation process. It's very important. Very important. came back to back. Needs a progress bar. Who needs a progress bar in 2020? Come on. So we just got used to computers like doing some bullshit indefinitely. We don't even need a progress bar anymore. Darren Dals is gifting 1 tier 1 sub to the Zosian community. Thank you so much for supporting the community. And Neo Rose, welcome to our epic Ada Club. How about that? 1 subs. Well, probably. Sal Gen Unbounded Defined Stacks. What are those things? What is... Oh shit, I'm sorry. Unbounded Defined Queues. Bounded Defined. Unbounded Defined Stacks. Indefinite doubly linked lists in constraint. This looks like you know like generated names or generated nicknames, like the ones that GitHub actually suggests you when you try to create a repo. You know what I'm talking about? When you try to create a repo, it suggests you just a random bullshit name, and it feels like automatically generated name from GitHub. Like unconstrained array image, indefinite doubly linked list, unbounded defined stacks, bounded defined queues. You know what I'm talking about? It's so like it's really similar to that. It actually takes too much, you know, resources to compile Ada. So I'm creating a new repo. Does it auto? Yeah. So how about Supreme Invitation? So great repository and assured and relevant new inspiration is this one. You know, the bullshit ones. Friendly Octowaffle. Literate Dollop. Yeah, so it's one of those. Still compiling, by the way. Still compiling. Sounds like enterprise Java, but the bean factory instance handler thing is replaced by algorithmic sounding words. Yeah, it's like this is how enterprise would look like if OOP wasn't invented. Essentially, like it's a universe with an enterprise without OOP. So because enterprise still need long names, they still need bureaucracy, they still need verboseness, but they don't have OOP, so they have to do this shit. If you develop a bot in Ada, it's gonna compile slower than my bot, HyperNerd and KGBotka. I don't know, we'll see. So I think my tea is ready. I'm still deciding whether I want to develop bot in Ada. So this is sort of like a research phase, right? So far I don't want to do that. We'll see. But at least it's safe, right? At least it's safe. Can your D do that? That sounded really weird, but I mean, anyway, you got what I mean. You got what I mean. Can you D do that? Yep, my D. It even has like a C code, GPR. Like, why do you need C code for an Emacs extension that is supposed to just highlight things? Like, why do you need C code? Seriously. Holy shit. Okay, so there's this some sort of a map here. What is this? Huh. Go-tos and stuff like that. This is the really fat file. Look at that. It's a really fat file. It compiled way faster when I wasn't streaming. Trust me, it compiled way faster. So it's just sort of... They actually have like a proper parser and lexer for Ada. So maybe that will make it run fast. Maybe that extension is going to be super fast. It's generated by Yak or Bison, it seems. Holy shit. They have like Yak and Bison. Oh my god. Nice mode, by the way. Yes, you need more languages. You need more languages. A single project has to be developed in as many languages as possible, right? super fast. Yeah, I doubt that it's gonna be super fast. I actually waited until the end, and it was average fast, I would say. So finally we are at linkage stage. Isn't that amazing? Holy fuck, it compiled. Isn't that fucking amazing? Let's actually confirm that we do have these executables. Yeah, here they are. Here are the executables, so you can see that they're, you know, executables and stuff like that. Finally, we can use this beautiful, beautiful extension, can we? SRC free node, ADB, and nope, you cannot use that. Guess why? Guess why you cannot do that? Because even though you created this executable, okay, so it tries to find this weird executable. It is not found on execpath because it was never added to execpath. It was never added there. An execpath is essentially a special variable that looks for, it's like a path variable, path environment variable, but for Emacs. So you have execpath, and here we basically, this is where Emacs searches for all of the executables, and the location of that executable is not there. So what you have to do, you have to find the location of that executable on Alpa, and you have to really know Emacs well to actually solve all of these problems. So if you're new to Emacs, you won't be on Earth be able to do that, like at all. So you have this this path. You go to the Scratch and use special function that you have to know. It's called add to list, then exec path, and you add this path to the executable. So you evaluate it, and finally in the exec path you have the path to the executable. Holy shit. Okay, so let's go here and let's revert the buffer, and it takes some time apparently. Finally we can use the Ada mode, and that was needed just to get a fucking highlighting. All of that shit could have been actually easily fixed. So first of all, apparently the creators of that mode didn't know that you don't need any shell. So this script build.sh, right? So they have build.sh, and it does some stuff. It's not that complex actually. It is a very simple script, and what it does, it just invokes some external programs. You can do that from Emacs Lisp. You can rewrite this build.sh in Emacs Lisp and run it automatically every time you detect that there's no the proper executable. Furthermore, you can detect the distro you're running, and depending on the distro you can invoke different package managers and install the packages and stuff like that, so you don't have to force the user to do that. So there's so many things you can do automatically for the user. Like all of the things that we've done manually, they could have been automated by Emacs Lisp. And this is actually a norm in Emacs extension community. Like there are whole extensions that they detect that they need to do something, and they first will ask you, can I build this thing? Okay, for me to function properly, I need to build this native thing. Can I do that? Or I need to download this thing. Can I do that? And you then can answer yes or no. When you answer yes, it will just start doing things, and it will do it for one time, and then you can proceed using this thing. You could do all of this like so easily. And what's interesting is that this is not enough. Right, it's not going to survive the restarting of Emacs. Well, because once you restart the Emacs, you won't be able to use it again. Right, this is something that you have to add to your configuration file. This has to be added to your configuration file. It's so dumb. Hello, Sipinik. Hello, welcome. Oh shit, I exposed myself. Why do I have this function here? Vim version. What the fuck? Okay, I'm gonna leave it here, I think. I don't remember adding this thing. But yeah. I have a Vim version apparently. It's interesting. Okay. So, I'm just thinking, do I want to fix all that? There's like a list of these problems, and do I want to spend time fixing them? Probably. But and then this stream will turn into Emacs list stream and not Ada stream. So yeah, so I'm probably gonna do that a little bit later. On top of that, so let me take a look at the schedule. Install Evil. No, you install Evil. Okay, so this is the place where you can download Ada mode. An official web page of this thing is here. So is there any way to contribute there? Contribute patch. Do they accept any patches or contributions? No, I don't think so. Force and Smug. Elpa, Ada mode. So if I do something like grep rn, irn, contrib, not controb, holy fuck. Contrib. If you'd like to contribute to Ada mode or just understand, okay. For some reason I cannot just simply, yeah. Ocho's trying to say, here's an overview. Okay, so it has like docs in this format, like it's an info format if I'm not mistaken. Main source file extension. Where do I send patches? Pat, goddammit. Pat. Whatever. Alright, so what we need to do, we need to add this to exec path. I'm gonna quickly just do that and simply forget about that. So it's gonna be add to list exec path, right? And I'm just adding this thing here. So now if I restart my Emacs, it should be okay. It should be possible to, it even takes some time to actually, because it needs to parse first. So yeah, it even has some sort of error here. It can even highlight errors as you actually do things. So if, oh yeah, it also uses like a 1, 2, 3. It uses 3 spaces for indentation. So, but it is what it is. So what we can do now, yeah, I want you to just demonstrate. So if true, so as you can see, it basically highlights the place where there's some sort of error. So, and you can do and if. But I wonder, where can we look up these errors? Who's banned? 3 spaces. Why banned? I don't understand. I'm sorry. I'm not really smart. Okay, Ada. Maybe there is Ada Wheezy parse. So here are the parses. Ada error. Fix compiler error. No current error. Okay. No error found. There's no compiler error here. Okay. So, but I only need syntax highlighting, to be fair. Like, I don't need anything else. So, don't really care about all of this stuff. But so far it looks good. At least it highlights everything. So, we managed to do that, I suppose. We managed to set up Ada mode in Emacs, and that feels amazing. That feels absolutely amazing. Maybe I need to now reformat everything to 3 white spaces, because Emacs is gonna bug me with that. So yeah, so I'm gonna just follow the convention of Emacs that it decided to use. And it doesn't really align things properly, but that's totally okay. Alright, so let me see. I'm gonna reformat everything, and you can find the source code that we're playing with like right here. So here's the source code. Nothing special, absolutely nothing special. And let's do that. Reform. Maybe I also have to do that in GPR. Oh shit! This is actually super cool. This mode understand deep GPR files, something that Vim couldn't do. So this was like a huge problem with Vim. Not huge problem, that was a problem with Vim. Right, so essentially if you open the GPR file, it doesn't understand the project keyword, right? Because it's not really part of Ada, it's part of the GPR syntax, but Emacs Ada mode does understand all of that, so it actually looks good. So it looks like a proper Ada and stuff, so it's actually pretty interesting. Yeah. Okay. Now, so I probably want to also reformat all of these files as well. Project keyword highlighting. And let's commit everything. Reformat everything according to Ada mode for Emacs. So I'm going to push that right into the repo. Okay. So the next step for today is going to be continue working on secure sockets, right? Continue working on secure sockets. And what we started to do yesterday, we started to implementing like a very simple IRC client that just connects to the free node and just prints whatever it receives from there. And we managed to do that. I had a huge brain fart on how to use a stream element array. If only I realized that stream element array is just an array and I can treat it as an array. But yeah, I guess I'm Pepega, so that was funny. But yeah, we can test it out. So let me try to compile that. It's going to be GPR build p free node GPR. Okay, so it's compiling things. Cool. And now I can try to run this thing. And what it does, it essentially connects to free node, right? Receives some chunk of information from there. It actually receives like first chunk, and after receiving first chunk of information, it basically closes the connection, right? So it's just needed to test things out. So the next thing I want to do probably is I want to receive, like keep receiving as much as possible until the server closes the connection, right? Because that will be way better. So let's quickly do that. So maybe I'm going to also add to do. This language is Pepega. Which one? You mean Ada? You think Ada is Pepega? Maybe. Maybe that's why I like it. So it kind of resonates with me. I don't really like two smart languages because I am myself not really smart person. So what I want to do, I want to extract a function that converts stream element array into a string, right? Right now we basically have it inlined, but it's not particularly convenient, I think. So I want to have a function so that simply converts a stream element array. So let's call it access, right? Oh, it's holy shit! It automatically capitalizes my shit. It automatically capitalizes my shit. The fuck? It actually does something useful? Wait a second, can it also detect that I'm using camel case? It automatically... Nah, it doesn't detect that, but that's actually very interesting. Capitalism, yeah. Alright, so let's actually do something like stream, and it's gonna be... Hey, why didn't capitalize it here? God damn it, already broken. Stream element array, and... It doesn't even do that all the time. It does that in very specific circumstances. God damn it. And what I want to have, what I want to return is actually a string, right? So, and this is what we'll have to implement here. All you have to do is... There we go. Excuse me? Am I Pepega? I think I'm a Pepega. How do you define functions? In hello... Yeah, this is how you define that. So you return something and then is, and then it just has to work. Like, why are you complaining? So we also have to return something. Is that because I have to do it like that? This is a very Pepega shit. Let's return like a string hello, and oh, it is okay now. Ah, I see. I see. I see what's going on. Essentially, you cannot have functions with an empty body in Ada because it's a syntactic error. Yes, it's a syntactic error to have a function with an empty body. That's why it couldn't properly parse it and suggest an indentation. That's my hypothesis, at least. Yeah, it's like Python. Ada is basically boomer Python. I mean, come on, yeah. Can we now compile this? No, I didn't want to do that. Let's compile that. Where is intelligent in intelligence? Well, it's not intelligence, it's IntelliSense, I mean. Okay, return statement, missing return statement. Okay, so if I try to do something like hello, and if I try to recompile it one more time, it's gonna be a good. But at the same time, it doesn't complain about me not using this variable, but maybe it does, but GPR build suppresses that, which is not particularly great, but anyway. So let's rename it to chunk. We need to allocate a result. A result is going to be a string from 1 to integer of the size of the chunk, right? We're taking the size of the chunk. So here's the size of the chunk, and we're starting from 1 to that size of the chunk. So, and we also need to have an index. So it's going to be a natural index, and we are going to just take this entire thing and convert it to output. So this thing is going to be result. So we take chunk I natural index +1, and after that we just have to return the result. And there you go. We just implemented a function that takes a chunk and converts it to a string. So we only need to come up with a name for this function. Let's call it chunk to string. I think it's a pretty good name for the function. Or in the spirit of Ada, such functions are usually called chunk image, right? So it's usually called chunk image. So this way we are receiving the chunk, and we don't have to do that shite anymore, as far as I can tell. So we take the chungus and we converted it to a string, and we're just printing it. So as you can see, we extracted all of that. Can you do chunk image? I have no idea how to do that though. I don't think this is gonna work. You need to know how to define these things. I'm not really sure. So, is it possible to somehow define chunk image? But what's interesting is that chunk, like in this particular case, has to be a type, but we don't have type chunk, we have type string element array. Right, so probably we'll have to create a separate type chunk, and then for that type define some sort of image. So it will require a little bit of research. Is it a verb or is it a noun? I think it's more of a noun. So I think it's more of a declarative thing. But that's like the conventions of Ada I saw so far. You can try for chunk image for chunk. That's actually pretty interesting. So let me copy paste this thing yeah. For chunk. Let's see if it compiles. Oh, I forgot to save this thing. For chunk. It seems to be compiling actually. So, and let's try to run it. Build free node, and it seems to be working. Cool. So what if we try to do that in a loop until everything fails? Something like while true, do loop. How do you do that? It's very strange. I forgot how to do while loops. Ada while loop. Programming control. Okay. While loop. I see. So it's without do. Right. It's without do. Without further ado. And then end loop. There we go. And for some reason it's just like, why does it indent it so much? Are you okay? Like, yeah, it actually wants me to indent it this much. Holy fuck. So is it because it's not really true? But I mean, true should be okay. Oh, and by the way, we have to actually do that like over here. Huh. Huh? Huh. Nice mode, by the way. What the fuck is going on? What the fuck? What is it doing? I have no idea. Mode does not want to autocomplete anything. If I select everything, this is what it suggests me to do. Like, this is what it wants for some fucking reason. I have no idea what is. Wait a second. Is that because of this queue? No. Holy shit, it's so bad. It's literally broken. Like it's broken. Like it doesn't know what to do. And I'm actually formatting all of that manually. And if I try to compile that, there's no even a syntactic error here. It's literally broken. Holy shit. It is literally broken. And it also complains about that stuff, and there's no way for me to know this error. It's bad. It's straight up bad. Do I really want to invest my time into this mode? I guess time to use Vim again. So bad. Holy shit. Like it's always sudden just decide, nah, it's gonna be formatted like that. Like it's just I guess back to Vim. I don't have any choice. Like it's just so bad. There's no good ADA support on Emacs. Fortunately. Makes me sad. Makes me very, very sad. And Vim is okay, so yeah, so just but at the same time, if I do something like this, yeah, it has to be formatted like that. Okay, Gum. So what essentially I want you to do here is keep pulling the chunks. Keep pulling the chunks and printing those chunks. But what's interesting is that do I really want to print them like with put line? Because I think it will add extra line. Yeah, fix indentation introduced by add ADA mode. That's what's gonna happen. Alright, so let's try to recompile all of that. Oh, by the way, is there any like a easy way to compile things in ADA mode or something? I mean, in Vim. I think it's something like the GPR build P free GPR, so I can build from within. Yeah, I can build from within the Vim. I think I do remember that. That's actually pretty cool. Alright, so now we're trying to pull the values in a loop, which is actually kind of cool. So it's a free node, and as you can see, we keep receiving this stuff, and at some point it stops because it doesn't receive any information from us. Right, it doesn't receive any information from us. So is there any way to just do something like put without put line? Oh yeah, you can just do put. Nice, nice, nice. So and if you run it, yes. So looking up your hostname, checking ident, no ident response, couldn't look up your hostname. Okay, so we managed to successfully connect to the plain text stuff. To the plain text stuff. So we can try to go into a secure one, right? So we're going to define secure that will automatically change the port that we're using, and it will also automatically create a secure socket. So let's try to recompile all of that. That should compile successfully. All right. And yeah, you still need to have this third term. So this is the thing where we stopped last time, right? This is the thing where we stopped last time. Okay, I'm gonna actually put this to do here. To do secure true. fails at runtime, right? And we're gonna put back false here. And I really want to focus on this to do because it really sounds interesting. So we'll see. So does anyone know how this feature is called? I think I can probably Google it up properly at some point. So let's just recompile everything and ensure that everything works. Ada custom image. Not sure if I'm Googling the correct thing. Custom image attribute in Ada. Okay, that's actually super cool. Okay, so we have a new type thing is a new record and so on and so forth. We have a function. However, the obvious syntax is for doesn't work. Is there a way to do this? I don't know why the language doesn't support this, and I don't know whether anyone has ever raised a formal proposal that should. Yeah. You can see why Ada good. So it is not possible to do something like that. Is that what you're saying? Why Ada reporter might think that this was relatively unimportant. You can always declare an image function. The difference between and type isn't very large. Interesting. So they say that it doesn't work, but it was 6 years ago. 6 years ago. Okay. Type Ada, type aliases. But maybe we shouldn't actually do a type alias. Sorry, but I don't understand what you're doing. Don't be sorry about that. I don't understand what I'm doing either. Alias types. Type aliasing allows the programmers to have indirect blah 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 blah. But how do I do that? Type access cell is access cell. So can I do something like type chunk is stream element array, and for example just use chunk like this. But that will require me to change this entire thing, right? So yep, and probably, yeah, let me actually do something like this. I'm going to select everything, chunk, replace it with C, and there's not that many places where we have to do that. Cool. So let's rebuild all of that. Well, to be honest, what I'm doing is just programming in Ada, right? I'm programming in Ada, and if you never heard about Ada, it's a programming language. Ada programming language. Yes, it's a programming language that was developed by US military, right? It's not really was developed by US military, it was commissioned to European computer scientists to develop this for US military. And I'm learning it because I'm Russian, so I'm trying to infiltrate US military. I'm joking, this is not the reason why I'm learning it. This is not the only reason why I'm learning it. So yeah. Apparently you can't add custom image attribute. Yeah, I already figured, but I mean, it was 6 years ago. So yeah, maybe it will work, I don't know. So we have to put new here, but that will effectively create a new type, which is completely defined. Yeah. So it creates a completely different type. So, but how do I access the internal type? Maybe it doesn't matter. Yeah, let's actually go back. So the chunk is going to be something like this. Yeah. For stream element array image, use chunk image, right? Holy shit. I'm regretting answering anything. Okay. Entity must be declared in the scope. Aha! Wait. Where did it exactly failed? It failed at 29, right? So entity is not declared here. Huh. So what if I have an entity that is declared here? So something like type. Yeah, so maybe we can do something like this still. Type chunk is stream element array is a new stream element array, and this one is going to be chunk type chunk type. Right. And for chunk type image, use chunk image, and let's actually see if it's gonna work. Image cannot be set with the definition clause. Represented item appears too late. Expecting cannot be set with the definition clause. What is that supposed to mean? Interesting. Okay, so I'm gonna assume that it's not possible to do something like that. Okay, whatever. So that was interesting. So whatever. Stream element array. Maybe at some point we learn how to do that. Okay, so we need to do secure sockets and shit like that, right? We need to do secure sockets. So let's focus on that. This is more important. So I remember that in somebody mentioned in the chat yesterday that there were some regression tests in AWS that were trying to use secure sockets and stuff like that. So maybe we can try to use those. So let's actually go to the core AWS. So here are some regression tests. Yeah. So it's 0243 S is short. Let's take a look at that. Let's take a look at that. You're so fast, Hamikova. Oh my god! Like I already switched the context. Okay. So let me see. How do we do that? So it's a server, client side. So we need to do, it still requires the certificate. So that's the problem. Okay, but I don't want to have a certificate. That's the point. That's the whole point. Can I not have a certificate? Because how do I do HTTPS? How do I do HTTPS then? Maybe we can use their certificate? I mean, I'm gonna just steal their certificate then. Yoink! There we go. So I'm just stealing their certificate. You're so helpful, Heroes and Plots. It's a very funny joke. Okay. Alright, ADB. So certificate. So we need to do net SSL initialized and then peer set config. What is a peer? Peer is supposed to be a socket, right? Peer is just a net SSL socket type. Okay. It's just a socket type though, but in our case it's a socket, this one. So it feels like we need a completely different approach. I think we need a slightly different approach in here. Alright, so I'm gonna start by doing something like this. Okay. So in any case, I will have to create a socket, right? I will have to create a socket. So here's the peer. It has to be socket type. Yeah, let's create a peer. I already switched the context. Holy shit, people. Net SSL. Calm down. Socket type. So, and then in appear, how do we use appear? Then we set the peer here, and how do we use it? We set sample accept. Oh, peer is going to be the connection. Okay, so that's actually not what we want. That's actually not what we want. We need, okay, client side. Here's the client side, and client side is going to be what? Okay, so here's the client side socket. Task body. Oh, okay, so it has a support for some sort of tasks. Interesting. This is very interesting. Oh, okay. That's nice. And also has accept. So these are like all these concepts that like very interesting. It could be actually like similar to how Go works. Maybe you have like, you know, routines and so on and so forth. So what they're doing here is that they just initialize this thing, and config usually is nothing, but is it in a null config? I don't think it's a null config. Okay, so let's just follow this example. Oh, by the way, in client side, how do they use client side afterwards? Start. Huh. So they define something that is called task, and then they take that name and you do this task start. You see what I mean? So you can create tasks and then run them, and I suppose it's going to be asynchronous. So it's like Go routines, similar to that. Like, at least this is my assumption. I never tried to use tasks. We can actually look into them. Ada tasks. Ada tasks, tasking. That's very interesting. Tasks and protected objects allow the implementation of concurrency in Ada. The following section explains this concept in more details. Green thread, where did you see green threads in anything what I've said so far? It's just threads. Like, so far we didn't see that there's green threads specifically. A task can be thought as an application that runs concurrently with the main application. In other programming languages, a task can be called a thread, and a tasking can be called multi-threading. Tasks may synchronize with the main application, but may also process information completely independent from the main application. Here is a show. So they don't say explicitly that it's a green thread or anything like that. Okay, that's cool. That's actually cool. So you can create a task and then just run it, and yeah, that's cool. It's very, very cool. I really like that. All right. Okay, so maybe I don't even need this kind of stuff. So I kind of want to like have a separate situation here. Right, I want to have a separate situation, but I don't know how to do it. Let's put it this way. I'm going to have a procedure that is called plain text connection, right? It's going to be plain text connection. And I'm going to put everything there, I think. So this is going to go here. And all of that is going to go here as well. Boom. And we might as well just remove all of this here. Yes. So plain text connection, and then we can just call plain text connection like this. And I'm gonna actually comment it out. So I just want to have it as a separate function because I don't want to lose this code, right? Because maybe it's going to be useful in the future. And let's introduce another procedure that is called secure connection, right? Secure connection. And in this particular case, what we need to create is the socket. So this is going to be client netSSL socket. So let's literally call it client netSSL. Well, in our case, it's just called SSL socket type. I might as well actually split some things around so I don't have to constantly switch between this kind of shite. So here's a client side, another client side. All right, so here is the client side. So the next thing we do, we initialize the config. Right, we initialize the config. Initialize config. Right. And we need to have this config somewhere. I think it's a SSL config, if I'm not mistaken. Yeah, it's just SSL config. So initially it's gonna be filled up with zeros, I presume, right? Filled up with zeros. But once we initialize it, it's gonna be filled with all of these parameters. Yeah. Just a second. All right. Okay. So then we take the client and we set the config that we just filled up. We set in the config that we just filled up. Pretty cool. And then we are connecting. So this is an address and this is a port. I wonder if it's like using host and port is gonna just work for me. We're about to find out. Client connect. Server. Actually, we don't have a server, so I'm just gonna use host and port. So this is what we do here: host and port. Here, host and ports. I'm sorry. Okay. Yeah, so essentially here we just use a receive function to receive some data, but we need, probably we don't need like the place where we're gonna have, yeah, so we need to do something like this. While true is gonna be a loop, an end loop, and within that thing we're gonna have a declaration section. Here hosts and plots, yes. So we're gonna have a chunk. Stream elements array, and we can just do something like client receive, and we have to provide the buffer, I suppose. We have to provide, do we even have to provide the buffer? Yeah, it has a last. Oh, and last basically gives you the size of the buffer. I see. It basically gives you the size of the buffer. So we can try to do that. Maybe last is going to be stream element offset, right? Stream element offset, and then you have a chunk. And what you do here is a client receive buffer first and last, and it's not particularly convenient way of just doing that. Like, I would rather prefer just having something like this. It would be way better in my opinion. Just client receive something, and I hope it will just work. We'll see, we'll see. So after that, you should be able to just convert chunk into the string, chunk image, chunk, right, and just put that onto the screen. Isn't that amazing? I think it's goddamn amazing. Now, cool. So let's see if it's gonna compile or not. And it doesn't compile. Statement expected at 60. What's up, Lazy Grid? Welcome to the stream. Oh yeah, so I have to use a secure connection. Yeah, I'm sorry for Vim. Actually, I'm not sorry, but I'm still sorry because I'm Canadian. But Emacs just doesn't really work with Ada well. To be fair, like, I don't really need that much from an Ada mode. I just need very simple indentation and highlighting. That's it. Vim can do that just fine. And for Emacs, you have to compile this executable, then paths, like, what? I don't need any of this shit. Just give me highlighting and indentation. That's it. And I'm gonna be happy. And it's just so fucking no. Like, people overcomplicate shit always, everywhere. So they're wasting their time implementing all of these systems, and they're wasting everyone else's time who's gonna work with these systems. If they just made it simpler, they would first not waste their time, they would spend less time, and for whoever was gonna use that, they also not gonna waste any time because this system is simple, right? 36. What's that? Okay, so what was the error? Unconstrained subtype not allowed. Need initialization. Ah, I see. So maybe we can do something like client receive. Receive. I said receive. And then we can do something like this. Is it gonna compile? Oh, holy shit, this compiled. Isn't that amazing? I think it's goddamn amazing, mate. Alright, so I also want to do a little bit of logging before running all of that, so we're gonna be pulled line. Okay, what we're gonna put here? In establishing secure cap connection to host and then port integer image port. There we go. So this is how we're gonna go about that. Isn't that amazing? Isn't that amazing? Ada, why this language? Because I can. Okay. So, yeah. Integer image, yeah. So what's wrong with that? Is that somehow a problem, LazyGrid? I don't quite understand what you're trying to tell me. Hopefully that will establish a secure connection without requiring any certificates or shit like that. That'll be actually pretty cool. Alright. Image to integer. Nah. But Zozin, you have to use Rust. Yeah, I know. It worked? Is the secure connection 669? Yeah, there we go. We securely connected to this thing. We actually unironically securely connected to it. Wait a second, can we just like implement a very simple bot? It actually was easier than expected. Okay, thank you everyone who suggested to look into this regression test. It actually helped a lot. So let's actually put a note here. Note stolen from here. So this is actually super important. Okay, good. So I'm gonna remove like secure or any of this shit, and we're gonna always use the secure connection. Yeah, so let's just remove that. Cure. And it's gonna be like that. So chunk image. Do I need a non-secure one? Do I need a non-secure one? I'm not sure if I care about non-secure one. Who uses non-secure connection in 2020? Let's remove that. Okay, good. So it's gonna be a secure connection. Can we even connect? PogChamp. PogChamp is still here, so yeah. If you don't like the current PogChamp, just use Tsodin Pog. So I think Tsodin Pog is actually pretty good. It's way better than the original PogChamp in my opinion. Alright. Fake PogChamp. Well, to be fair, this PogChamp is way better than the previous one. I actually already explained my my point on Discord. Is that the previous PogChamp was more of a gasp than a Pog. Like, Pog has to be something like, but not like, what the fuck? Is not a PogChamp. Is a PogChamp. Okay, so it's still a little bit worse than the original, but it's better than the previous one, right? So yeah. Okay, good. So this is pretty Pog. Can I have? Yeah, I want to create a record. So let's introduce type. How am I gonna call it? IRC credentials is a new record, and record. I think this is how we do that, right? And record, and we're gonna have what? We're gonna have a host constant. It doesn't have to be constant, it has to be just a string. Port is going to be just a positive vibes only. At least Botka finally ASCII spoke chump correctly, unlike the original one. Yeah, original one was actually very low resolution, that's why it was so weird. Yeah, I don't know why they use such a low resolution image. Maybe to avoid any copyright issues, probably. Okay, so we have a port and maybe also nickname, so also gonna be a string, and also maybe a password to save a bandwidth. Oh, wait a second, that's actually a good idea. It's, yeah, essentially for more popular emotes, use lower resolution. So you can even do that automatically. Huh, that's a good idea. So the more usage you have, you can automatically just compress them more. Huh. So yeah, it's actually not that bad. Okay, so this is going to be our new record. So IRC credentials, right? So host, port, nick, pass, right? And I also want to have like a bunch of predefined credentials, like for Freenode and some other stuff, and we'll see how it's going to go. But first, I wanna. Anonymous record definitions are not permitted. Okay, so how do you define records? Add records. To compress successfully, you need less amount of details. Yeah. Independent music worldwide service. Nice. That's what I needed. Ada. I just didn't expect to see Georgie here, and especially with such an expression as well. He's so fucking tired. Like, Georgie looks so fucking tired with all of the shit he went through. So it's just, this was like an ultimate sodding feels, but by Georgie. It actually scrolls too fast, but just like his expression. Yeah. For those who doesn't know, this was the creator of Filthy Frank, right? So he actually kind of retired from Filthy Frank project, and he's now just doing music and stuff. All right. Okay. So this is how we do that. You don't have to do new, I suppose. I don't know why I decided to make a new. So just gonna do it like that. Okay, unconstrained subtime in a component declaration. Ah, that's very interesting. So the strings should have the sizes. Huh, that's very interesting. So if it's in a rec, I see. Oh shit, I see why it makes sense. Because if the string is unconstrained, the size of the record is unknown at compile time. The record has to have like a fixed size and whatnot, right? That's why you have to just do this kind of thing, if I understand correctly. This is just my hypothesis. Let's actually test this hypothesis. And there we go. So, yeah. So to have like unlimited strings, you probably have to use something like unbound string, right? So unbounded string. An unbounded string, I presume, is just a pointer to a structure that contains the size of the string and the rest of the bytes. That's why you can put it into the record. Right, so let me see. Yeah, it works. So the question is, are we gonna like use unbounded strings or bounded strings or anything like that? Does it make sense? Best pose chump. Let me see. Pose chump. It's actually super cute. Why is it so cute? I guess, and I'm gonna remove the previous one, I suppose. Dashboard. Challenge. Pose. Ah, shit. So the pose chump is probably from the FFZ, but this one is actually super cute. I like it. So, pose. Whatever. Okay. So this is unbounded strings. There's no reason for us to actually constrain this stuff, in my opinion. There's no reason to do that. So we can just use this thing. Cool. So this is IRC credentials. So can we introduce something like a free node const IRC credentials and just make it like that? Speaking of records, you can initialize records like this. Yeah, so you can actually initialize it like that. Probably, but maybe not. So, and the host in this particular case is going to be just chat freenode.net. And let's actually do it like that. So this is that. Okay. Port is going to be 6697. Nick, probably nothing. And pass is going to be nothing. Yeah. So I think we have to do toString or something, if I remember correctly. Otherwise, it's not really going to work well. No, it's I forgot. Let's actually let the compiler complain about this one, because I really don't remember how to do that. Yep. PoseChamp. I think I need to also reload my emotes. More reload channel emotes. F5. PoseChamp. Okay, so we have this thing. That's actually pretty good. I really like this one, to be fair. Okay, so 19. What do we have here? For some reason, yeah. So it has to be arrows. Yeah, I see. Now that makes sense. That makes sense. Maybe we should have like a Tsoding PoseChamp, like similar to Tsoding Pog, right? With a similar face, but the lower lip actually stuck to the upper one to create this like a PoseChamp look. I'll think about it. I think it's actually going to be pretty good. Yeah. So port to unbounded string. We can try to do that on the next introvert party. Because, yeah, apparently we're doing art on introvert parties from now on. I guess. Which is not that bad. I mean, it's pretty good place to do art stuff, because on the Tsoding channel nobody watches art stuff anyway, so... okay, so here we can have the IRC credentials, which is kind of cool, right? Not gonna lie. So I'm gonna remove these things, and maybe we're gonna parameterize this procedure with the IRC credentials, right? We're gonna parameterize them. No art. Well, it is what it is. Okay, so what did they complain about? Oh, by the way, I remember I saw on one of the streams, Vimers did the following thing where they use term, and they just do GPR build, yeah, something like that. And that actually had like a better results. Yeah. So essentially it creates like a separate buffer, and you cannot really edit that, but at least you can, you know, do things. But it's actually not really close to compilation mode, but it's actually pretty cool. So this is the term thing here. Term. Name of the terminal used for choosing the terminal control characters, blah blah blah. Doesn't look like it. Anyway. So at least I have like a separate window through which I can just go through the errors. Yeah, there we go. You don't have a host, and this is why I have to parameterize with credentials. Welcome back, Hotzenplots. Yeah. Oh, you just reminded me that I'm actually hungry. Credentials. So it's going to be IRC credentials. We accept IRC credentials here, and we're going to get the credentials here. So this is the credentials. Then credentials port. And I guess that's it. So we're using that in two places at least. So credentials host and credentials port. There we go. Do we need to do anything else? Probably. Yeah. Okay, so what do we got? So it's gonna be 41 cannot interpolate. Yeah, I don't remember this one. This is because this host is unbounded string. So what I have to do here is toString, right? I have to constantly convert unbounded strings to strings, and this one is also expected to be a string. This is also expected to be a string. So if I try to do terminal yet again, oh, it creates like a new terminal every time, so I have to not forget to close them. Okay, so 57 is what? Oh yeah, now I have to actually parameterize it. So this is going to be free node credentials, right? So we have a special free node credentials, and for the term, there we go. Sorry, term, don't be sorry, it's okay. All right, so now I have like free node credentials and our secure connection function. Maybe you can press G to rerun the command. Wait, I mean, probably, who knows? Wait a second. So I'm gonna just run it. And I'm pressing G, and it doesn't rerun it, unfortunately. God damn, doesn't rerun it. Okay, so the next thing we want to have here is probably Twitch credentials. How about some Twitch credentials? So it's gonna be const IRC credentials. It's gonna be host, and I don't remember them, to be fair. So two unbounded strings, and what we're gonna have here. Okay, Twitch IRC. Let's Google it up. Would have been cool though. Yeah, it's pretty cool. It's almost like Emacs. Am I right? Almost like using Emacs. Okay. So here's the IRC overview getting started, and you're going to use WebSockets too? Yes, I think I'm going to use WebSockets because AWS supports WebSockets, if I remember correctly. So let me see, Ada Core. AWS is actually a very complicated framework. It supports shit ton of different protocols, which makes me think, can we implement IRC on top of AWS and submit it as yet another protocol that is AWS is going to support? Because if you're developing a bot, you still need HTTP, right? And you still need WebSockets. And on top of that, you can have IRC. Oh, thank you so much. Yeah, so maybe this is something that we could do. Just implement IRC on top of AWS and support it as yet another protocol that is supported by AWS. And this way, with AWS, you will be able to, like, you will have like the full suite of for developing bots. So yeah. Okay, so SSL. I see. Oh, wait a second. You can actually connect to IRC via WebSockets as well? I see what you mean. That's very interesting. Oh, I can see now. So essentially it enables you with creating bots and clients that run in the browser. Right. So essentially it's sort of like to penetrate the layer of the browser. So you can have just a JavaScript running in the browser, and it can just connect to the Twitch chat and just do that. Okay, so it's actually pretty cool. Well, we're gonna use this one, I think. We're gonna just use this one. Alrighty, so it's gonna be unbounded strings. So this is the unbounded string. And the WebSocket interface fails sometimes via IRC. I was able to chat nevertheless. Huh, interesting. So, yeah, Zoomer Technologies, am I right? 1697. Nick is gonna be Mr. Botka. And the password, of course, is gonna be 1, 2, 3, 4. But please don't tell anyone, because I don't want evil hackers to hack my bot. I don't want them to actually hijack my bot and start like spamming in the chat. Please don't tell anyone my password to the bot. Thank you very much, everyone. Yeah. Okay. So this is a Twitch credentials. And I wonder, yeah, we don't have any authentication right now. We don't have any authentication. Does anyone remember how to authenticate? I think we were trying to implement something similar in OCaml at some point. Yeah, I do remember that. Implement SUSL. No U. Pull U. Okay, so let's do term. It's actually not terminal. This is not what I wanted. Yeah, Nick and pass. Yeah. Nick and pass. Alright, so let's go somewhere here. I remember that in sorting we had something. I forgot the name of that thing. Something like for the bot. I forgot. Pass. Okay, so it has to be pass auth. Oh. So, and then Nick. Alright, so I also accidentally closed some stuff. So green SRC. Maybe before we go, I probably want to commit whatever we have already. I think it's gonna be okay. Yeah. Let's commit everything we have. Add SRC status. I'm not gonna commit certificates. PEM commit. Okay. Establish a secure connection for Freenode example. This is what I did. I suppose you just send nick and pass. Is that what you did? Did I guess it correctly? Like you literally did this? That's what you did? Or is there will be some new information that I'm not aware of? This also takes a lot of time to load up. Pretty much. I see. So there will be no new information. Send nick and yeah. So that's exactly what we're planning to do. Thank you. Thank you so much. All right. So what you know what I want to do? I want to make a cup of tea. So does anyone have any questions or anything in general to say to me while I'm making a cup of tea? Nick and user. I see. By the way, so it feels like GNet collections, right? Is a collections of pretty cool libraries. Lost Algorithm. Oh my god, hello, welcome to the stream. So maybe we can use some of these libraries for something. You can also have a SQL and read line interfaces, Python interfaces, syslogs and xref. I want some simple support for like file formats of some sort, if you know what I mean. Because I need to store the secrets somewhere, right? So we'll probably have to implement something like this. So by the way, Lost Algorithm, we are programming in Ada, unironically actually. So we're exploring how to develop a Twitch bot in this language. And yeah, so far so good. We managed to establish a secure connection with Freenode, which is already pretty good, and we're trying to do the same but with Twitch. Right, if we manage to do that, we automatically will be able to develop bots in Ada. And Ada is a really interesting language. I don't know if you're familiar with it. Can you have .env files in 8? I don't know how to answer this question. What is a .env file? Okay, so let's actually start with the... I'm really sorry for my reaction. It's just like... what is a .env file? Let's actually establish that. What is a .env file? Please tell me. What do you think a .env file is? Because you clearly need a little bit of education, so let's actually start. What do you think a .env file is? Tell me. A file. Cool. Is that it? So you can say that any file is a .env file, or is there something that makes a .env file special? Module. So if a .env is just a file, like why do we need to even distinguish them? Can any file be a .env file? What is it? It ends with env. what env? The file, or you mean the file name? It's a format, I guess. Cool. How this format is defined? Is there any formal definition of that format? Is there any website where we can read the formal definition of that format? Isn't .env just a list of environment variables? Okay. All right, so I think we have enough information, right? So to support, okay, it's basically a file with an extension .env, and it contains a list of key value pairs separated by equal sign. Do I understand that correctly? Right? Do I understand that correctly? That means for a language to have a support for .env file, you need to be able first read files. So this is the first, like, very important step for a language to have a .env file support, is to read files. And the second thing you need to be able to do, you need to be able to parse those lines. You need to be able to split things by lines and then split things by equals, right? This is the bare minimum. This is literally the bare minimum for anything to be called a programming language. This is such a simple format, I'm pretty sure you can have a support for it in assembly. Anything that can read files supports that format. Like, that question doesn't make any sense. It's an incorrect question. You can read files? Yes, you do support this format. Just because you can read files. Just because you already called yourself a programming language, you already have a support for this format. This is a completely incorrect question in my opinion. I'm really sorry for being so frustrated, it's just like... Alright, so I'm gonna go to the kitchen and turn on the kettle. So yeah, you stay here, listen to the music, don't go anywhere, look at Ada, or Ada, I'm sorry, I'm Russian. And yeah, I'm gonna be back very, very soon. Yeah. I don't know what I'm waiting for, to be fair. To have for the kill. Well, some people have more. I'm a really bad teacher. A really bad teacher. Okay, good. So, he came. Yeah, very funny. So let's maybe add support for .env files. How about that? Isn't that an interesting idea? I think we should try it. So essentially what we want to have, we can introduce like a very simple function that accepts the file path and returns a hash map with the key value, name of the variable, and the value of the variable, and that way we will be able to store some secret information. I think it's going to be cool. Create a library for .env. This is exactly what I'm going to do. What's up, Sarimon? Welcome to the stream. Excuse me. All right. So let me start doing that. So how are we gonna call this thing? How are we gonna call this thing? Ada env. So it's gonna be ADS. ADS. And how are we gonna... I forgot how to define packages, so I'm gonna take a look at the ADS files. Cool. So we define package called ada env. It sounds like something that could be already taken, to be fair. So we need some sort of like a different prefix, I suppose. What should we call it? Sodding and ADSA. Okay, sounds good. And this is gonna be this. And then we also have to do something like end. Yeah, you also have to put an end to this. aids.environment. There we go. And we probably need to put some sort of a comment saying what this library does, right? Basic support for .env files in Ada. Everyone was waiting for. There we go. Eight. Well, I mean, maybe it should be called ADAS. Okay. So let's continue. What we're gonna have here is probably a simple function called slurp. I'm gonna call it slurp, which accepts file file path string and should return env file, right? Env. Let's call it maybe just env. Yeah, that's what we're gonna be. So yeah, it has to be like a return. Cool. And what's gonna be env? Env is essentially gonna be a hash map, but I forgot how to work with hash maps in Ada. I do remember that I did that in Advent of Code 2020. Advent of Code. Do you guys remember? So Ada day 24. So yeah, you have to use like containers, Ada containers hashed maps, right? And you have to like initialize generic. It's a generic thing, so you have to be super careful with that. You have to define a type. No, it's not that. I forgot how to do that. Where is this thing? Hash. So you create a new package like this. You create a new package and then you define what's going to be the type that you're storing, the element that you're storing, the hash function, and how you compare them. Right, that's essentially what you do. Yeah, it's a camel functors, essentially. It is in fact a camel functors. And that's exactly what we're gonna do here. So we will need, okay, my tea is ready, by the way. I'm gonna quickly go to the kitchen and then back. To the kitchen and back. So an environment that you get from slurping the file is gonna be just one of these hash maps. So pretty much it. Pretty straightforward. Yeah, new emotes. We have new emotes. I'm really glad that you like them. We spent an hour making them, I think. I hope we're gonna make more. We'll see. All right. So here's what we have here. Type environment. Maybe we're gonna make it like is new integer for now. just to test how things are gonna work. And let's split everything up, and we're gonna have ada env adb. Well, it has to be aids env adb. Right, so package body. So now we have to define a package body for this thing. Package body. So where is it? So this is AWS. AWS. How do you define the package body? Package body is okay. Package body aids env is and aids env. Cool. And the only thing we have to have here is the definition of this entire thing. It's going to be begin end, and it's going to return 69, of course. Cool. So we have the signatures and we have the body. Cool. So and probably we want to add that to the build, right? We want to add it to the build. But maybe we don't even have to add that to the build. We just need to use it from within the Freenode ADB. Right, it's going to be src Freenode ADB, and I'm going to say with aids env. Right, and after that, I can just try to use that from here, and let's see if it's going to work. So aids, that's very strange. Like, yeah, I probably have to rename things properly. Yeah, I probably have to rename it. So there's ADA environment. Wait, didn't I save? Did I forget to save that, or did I save it in the wrong? Oh, okay, I saved it in the wrong place. All right. So I'm moving it to src. Cool. And then I'm moving ADA env to aids env ads. Hopefully that will do the trick. And let's try to do that term one more time. Why are you looking for aids.adc? Is that really necessary? It's kind of interesting because you can just define these modules and they don't really require anything. Oh, you need to have like a root module for them. Oh shit. That's very interesting. So if you want to have like these submodules, you need to define this root thing. You need to have a root package. Yeah, it's kind of similar to Model-S. That's funny. Okay. Let's do that, I suppose. Let's go. Yeah, Ada was ahead of its time. Truly ahead of its time. Maybe still ahead of our time as well. Yeah, not really. It does feel a bit dated, especially today. All right, so let's actually introduce aids. ADS is going to be just a package aids with pure, whatever that's supposed to mean. And I don't think I'm gonna actually add anything there. Do I need to do anything here? I don't think so. No, I don't think so. And missing semicolon in aids environment. Okay, that makes sense. Aids environment ADS. Yeah, I missed a semicolon here. That's true. You're absolutely correct. All right, and it's working. It's actually working. So we created a separate module that we can start working on. So here's aids environment. So this is our environment and stuff. And so package floor. So let's define a package, right? So it's going to be package env is new Is new Ada containers hashed maps. Hashed maps. And we'll have to define what is a key type. The key type, I suppose, is going to be a string. Element type is going to be a string. And what's going to be the hash function? Do we have predefined hash functions for strings? That would be actually kind of cool. So let me try to put this thing somewhere here. Ada string hash. String hashing. Do we have something like that? String hash in the library. String hash has the library function string hash. All right. Oh, nice. So maybe there is already predefined containers that can do that, but I'd rather prefer like have an example here. But I don't see implementation where the hash function should be with Ada containers function Ada strings hash. Okay, so essentially what we have to do here is Ada strings hash. Ada strings hash, and we don't have to worry about that. And equivalent keys is going to be equal here. There we go. Cool. So here's the environment hash map. Environment hash map. Maybe not. Env hashed environment hash map, but the type. Has to be something outside of this thing. So floor. Yeah, floor map. So the environment itself has to be. Well, to be fair, env map. Yeah. So that means we can just return something like this here. There we go. Cool. But to be able to use the containers and stuff like that, we have to import them with Ada containers hashed maps, right? And with Ada strings. Otherwise, we won't be able to use any of this stuff. Pretty cool. That color scheme, though, which one? What are you guys talking about? Are you talking about like this stuff? It's actually affected by dark reader, right? Without the dark reader, it's probably going to look a little bit different. So this is how it looks like without the dark reader. Okay. Okay, basic support for the env. Cool. Let's try to compile this entire stuff. Instantiation abandoned. Missing Ada string hash. Map not declared in env. Alright. Okay, let's go here. So it's a 9. So with missing with Ada string hash. Oh, maybe. Yeah, I have to do something like this. Do we have to do that like here? Maybe I have to move all of these declarations like here, because I remember some of the packages were doing that specifically. Yeah. With can only appear in a context clause, so it's not really happy about this thing being here. So alright, let's move it here then. Let's move it here, and maybe I can just actually remove all of this stuff here. Instantiation or unconstrained subtype in component declaration. Oh shit. Okay, that makes sense. String has to have a particular type. A particular size. So maybe we have to store unbounded strings then instead. But that means we need to have a hashes for unbounded strings. Yeah, Ada unbounded string hash. Does it have a similar like hash function for unbounded strings? I think they do. Unbound. Yeah, there we go. Here they are. All right, so there's like unbounded version. All right, that makes sense. Strings unbounded hash. All right. Unbounded, and this is the unbounded string, unbounded string, unbounded string. So will you work now, please? That'll be kind of cool, not gonna lie. Oh yeah, to have unbounded strings you also have to import them. Yeah, how do you import them? I think you just do strings unbounded. Well, we do have that in the main module, right? So it's a free node ADB. Yeah, this is how we do that. So, and then we go to the AIDS environment as. Very funny, I know. Yeah, so this is how you have support for that. Is it gonna compile now? Okay, finally, it complains about ADB now, which is exactly what I want. That means we made the signature file correct. So everything is okay. AIDS environment S, AIDS environment B. Cool. So no type confirmation, yeah, so that means here we have to have something like environment map, right? Term. Okay. Expected IDA from instance but got an integer. Okay, so we need to learn how to create these new maps and stuff like that. Floor, does it have like a floor make create? How do you create this thing? I wonder. I forgot how you do that. So floor from file. Okay. Floor from file, and you actually return a new thing here. I think you just declare it then. Yeah, I think you just declare it. I just realized that. I accidentally closed it. Yep. Learn PHP. Okay. So what we have to return here is result env map, and then we can just return the result. Floor, cool. Cool. Yeah. PHP is the best language. Just learn PHP. It's a good language. Look at that. Isn't that amazing? Isn't that amazing? I think it's goddamn amazing. So, yep. So we also need to slurp the whole file, but I don't quite remember how to do that. Oh, we literally have it here. So we also have a file type. Do we need to import anything special to have a file type support? I don't think so. We only need Ada text IO, so let's actually do that. Ada text IO. With Ada text IO, use Ada text IO. Cool. Now floor from file. Yeah. So first we need to open the file type, and this is how we do that. Open file. Mode is going to be input file, right? In file, and the name is going to be file path. Cool. So we opened the file. Then we're organizing the loop while not end of file File. We iterate through the entire thing. And we read a single line. And maybe we also want to actually print that line just in case. After that, we should not forget to close the file. That's very important. So we open the file, read the file, and close the file. Let me see. So next thing we need to be able to do is split the string by equals, right? Parse style, where is it defined? Right, so we can do things like that. You can have slices and shit. So you yeah, this is one of the important things. So let's do declare. Begin end, and we're gonna have a line which is, I think, is gonna be just a string. So it's gonna be get line from file, and we can start actually doing something with that line from within this declaration block. Cool. From within this simple declaration block. I need to split a string, right? I need to split a string, but at the same time, do I have a special function to split strings? Ada split string. Ada split method. Okay. Do we have anything like that? Instead of a function, consider making split a procedure. Well, I mean, this is not really what I was asking. I was asking whether we have that already. So gnat string split. Okay, so one of the things we can have, we can just find the position of that character, right? The index of that character, and just slice it, because you can have slices here, right? So we have an unbound slice and so on and so forth. Maybe we have something like index of. Ada string index of. Standard library strings. Okay, let's take a look at what we have here. That's a really slow website. Index. Index of. It's just called index. That's very interesting. Maybe. Huh. Okay, there's an index function. Alright. So source, pattern, starting from a particular thing. Okay. Oh, I didn't expect that I can modify that. I don't want to modify that. Index. Can I take a look at the signature of the index function? That would be actually way more useful. Can I click on those? I cannot click on those. String fixed substrings. I wish I could open source codes of these standard things, but I don't know where they are located. I really don't know where they are located. I wish I knew, but I don't know where they are. I found AWS, but maybe I can do a similar thing. So I do have gnat, right? So if I do dpackage -l gnat, it didn't really help. And I'm pretty sure I won't be able to Google it properly anyway. So gnat source code. Yeah, maybe I can find the source code. I just want to have like a source code of this standard thingy. Because I want to be able to grab things. I want to be able to grab things, but things are quite often ungrabbable. I'm so demotivated, chat. I'm so demotivated. I'm so demotivated. Maybe I just need more tea. We can do some really stupid shit, right? Always. You can always do some stupid shit. Like going here and finding all of the files that end with ADS, right? Something like that. But it's probably gonna take a lot of time. Just find everything that is like that. Hello, Big Creeper. Welcome to the stream. Welcome, welcome. Yeah. What's funny is that AWS is located in a very specific place, but along with it, there's no standard library, and it's just really strange. Like, are you going to hack NSA using Ada? Well, maybe. Probably not. I'm not gonna hack anything. I think we found something. Look at that. You have lib, GCC. That's already something. So we can go to user lib GCC x86 and not 96, 80 x86. Ada include. Was it 8? Yeah, it was 8. Ada include. Okay, there was actually several Adas there. Yeah, Ada include. Okay, here's the text.io. Would you look at that? Isn't that amazing? We found it. We found it. Should have actually done that right away and not wasted my time, but yeah, there we go. So text.io, I guess. Maybe we also need to do something with strings. Grep I string. What do we have here? We have A strings, we have G strings, and S strings. What kind of strings do you prefer, chat? I prefer C strings. Google it up and click on images. I'm just joking, don't do that. Alright, so let's take a look. A string. ADS. Okay, so what do we have? Maybe we can take a look at split strings. Grep split. Okay. That's a lot of shit. Holy fuck. Okay, let's do CM. String str spl oak. That's a lot of shit for splitting things. Do you have just a string anywhere? OS lib. So there's str spl. Ronak, you're not familiar with the lore of Tsoding, come on. So there's a split array. That's interesting. Useful string manipulation routines given a set of separators. Split a string whenever the separator appears. Okay, so is there something like... So array strings... I really don't like that there is like several things and you don't know what to look for. Right, so there's like a separate strings. Which one do I look for? Is that a G string? Is that a S strings? You'd never know which one you have to look for. Like, it's so bad. Okay, that demotivated me even more. Okay, I don't care anymore. So, okay, index. Ada index string. Fixed length strings. Okay. And also, I really hate this website. It's so slow. It's unreasonably slow. Oh, fuck. It's just painful. It's painfully slow, I would even say. Index, okay. So we have strings maps, but it's only for fixed strings. Right, so that's the problem. It's only for fixed strings. Right. Character strings. Okay, cool. So you know what we're gonna do? I'm gonna just do a very simple thing. I'm gonna have a sep index, and it's gonna be integer, and it's gonna be index. We take the line, and the separator we're looking for is equals. And let's take a look at the compilation error and see if we can do something about it. Okay, so here's the compilation. So missing argument for parameter from and call to index declaration. Okay, so I think we have to specify this thing. Specify this thing. Okay, no candidate interpretation match the actual missing argument for the parameter mapping in call index declaration. Dude, fucking index function is supposed to be like that. Okay, I'm gonna teach you how to do index function. Index of line, right, and character. Fucking return me an integer. Just can you give me that? Holy shit, just give me that already. Alright, index this shit. How difficult it is to implement just that? How difficult it is? Probably absolutely fucking impossible, right? So let's try to implement it. Let's see how difficult it is to implement something like this. For maybe index in line range, I think you should be able to do something like this. Loop and loop. And if let's actually do something like that. Line index equal to x, then return index, and if otherwise return -1. How fucking hard to implement something like that? I have no idea. Probably fucking impossible. Okay, so next. Yeah, we also have to take into account that sometimes you may not have equals and you have to throw an error. And to be able to throw an error, I think we need to provide as much information as possible, and I'm gonna keep track of the lines. Right, so it's gonna be line number, they should start with 1. For example here, if sep index is less than 0, then we have to throw an error. Still no maybe in 2021. We can probably implement maybe, but considering the scuffness of generics in Ada, it's gonna be a huge pain in the ass. So yeah, we'll see, we'll see. Alright, if it's less, we need to throw an error, right? We need to throw an error somehow. And how to throw an error? We have to define an exception, right? You have to define an exception, and I remember that we defined an exception in WTTR, right? So this is how we define an exception. But I also would like to attach some information with the exception. I think that will be actually super useful. Let me close all of this shit. It's too much shite, mate. Ada exceptions. Exceptions. What's happening? I almost made a mom joke. Okay. We're programming in Ada. That's what we're doing. How can I attach information to an exception? With... Oh! That's actually pretty cool. So you just define an exception, and you can raise an exception with some message. Isn't that amazing? I think it's goddamn amazing, mate. Okay, so... why am I talking like that? Let's go to the AIDS env, and yeah, let's define something like src AIDS env s syntax error Syntax error, custom exception. Do I define them like that? It's just, I guess, I already forgot how we define them. Oh, fuck. Exception. Alright, so src aids adb. Right. So, and in here, what we can do is, if that happens, rise syntax error with a message, right? With particular thing. How are we gonna do that? So we need to provide the file path. So I'm probably gonna do something like this. File path. This thing. Line number. So here's the line number, and then this thing. Expected separator. This one. So this is what we're gonna do. So if you didn't provide a separator, that's what you're gonna get. That's what you're gonna get. So also at the end of all of that, we have to upgrade line number. We have to increment it, not upgrade it, but maybe that's an upgrade, who knows. Cool. Pogue. Yeah, probably. I'm just thinking, we need another declaration here. Definitely need another declaration. More declarations. So here's declare. We're gonna have a begin, and we're gonna have an end. So that was really weird. Yeah. So at this particular point, we know that the index separator is correct, right? We know that it is correct. That means that we're gonna have a value of a string, which is essentially what? Line starting from I think from 1 up until separator index -1. And I forgot how to do slices, so it might not be correct. So this is actually key. And we're also going to have a value, which is also a string, which is a line separator index +1. It actually has to be like first, I think. It's a line first. Oh yeah, I think I'm starting to remember. Yeah, because it not necessarily have to. Yeah. So, oh shit, and this is very interesting because the string may also be starting from -1. You have to, yeah, strings in AA, they are really weird. They also can be starting from -1, so it may not necessarily like properly convey the this stuff. So you know what? I think because of that, this should be a very interesting procedure. So it should return a boolean, right? This is going to be a boolean. And the index has to be the out parameter, right? It has to be the out parameter, like this. See what I mean? Right, so we see what I mean? Yeah, in Ada you completely, like, you design things completely differently. That probably explains a lot. Okay. All right. So it has to be like this. So index is going to be the output. Well, we can actually call it something like this. So let's call it result. Result. Once you find a particular result, right, you assign it like that, and we return true, indicating that everything went okay. Otherwise, we return false. This is how we're gonna do it like that. Yeah, string -99 down to -99. Does it have down to? I don't think it doesn't need down to. Because the ranges, first of all, are defined like this, right? So this is how we define ranges. Maybe for an opposite direction ranges, you do something like that, but I never actually explored that. That's here on Linux, on the VM, or on the metal, on the wood. I'm running it on the wood. Okay, so. Yeah, metal is a macOS thing. Come on, I'm on Linux. I use OpenGL. I don't have a metal. So, alrighty. So it's going to be index of, and all of these things we can kind of like indicate that they are in parameters, right? So this is how we're going to indicate all that. Okay, so this is what we have, and the index is going to be like this, so we have to be a little bit careful. So this is a separate index, and if yeah, let's call it just index. Wooden PC, yeah, index of. So we provide the line, and what we're searching for equals, and the output is going to be the index. And if we can find such thing, we're going to do all of this stuff. Otherwise, we're going to throw an exception. Otherwise, we're throwing an exception. I don't have to do begin, I suppose. I think begin is not needed in this particular case. Right. Else and if. There we go. So index of, if we could find an index, we do that. Otherwise, we do first, and then here's an index, and then we do index +1, but then line last. There we go. That's pretty straightforward. And now here we have key and value. Pretty cool, not gonna lie. So, and after that, we can do something like this: key, then this, and then value, to show that we managed to parse all of that successfully. Okay, that's pretty cool. What do you guys think? I really like how it turned out. Okay. Right, so we get the line, right? We get the line. So then we check if we have this thing, and then we construct all of that. Overall, it's pretty cool. Never heard of Plan 9. Well, Plan 9 is not particularly about coding, I would say. It's more just operating system, but yeah. Timeout. How much do you want? Let's do 2 hours. I think 2 hours should be okay. All right. So yeah, there we go. Have you ever said anything apart from that? Actually, if you never said anything before on this channel, that might be actually permaban. Yeah, that's a permaban actually. So you literally just came here to say this bullshit, so fuck off. And also followers 1 hour, I think should be okay. Cool. Let's continue. So let's see if it compiles. What an odd way to enter the stream. I mean, like, people want attention. Like, there are different ways to grab people's attention. There's one way, like a constructive way, is by streaming something, how you create something, right? So this is a constructive way of gaining attention. And there's a destructive way of gaining attention by interrupting someone else's stream, right? So essentially, there's like, technically there's not that much difference between me and this person. Is that the only thing we want is attention? It's just like I use constructive ways to grab attention, and they use destructive ways of grab attention. So it's just this like two opposite forces fighting with each other. You know, it's how nature works. It's how nature works. All right. So constructive slurp. Yeah. All right. Destructive attention. Yeah. All right. So I just wanted to build this entire thing and see where exactly it's gonna fail. Okay, so missing return. Here it is. Oh yeah. So I keep forgetting that to indicate the return value, you have to do something like this, and you also have to put is. Your code is pretty destroyed. That's a good one. So yeah, you can argue whether my way of grabbing attention is actually constructive. Yeah, I agree with you. So, hi, there are no use of CM to build. I guess. I'm not sure what you mean, but I'm using Vim. That's what I mean. All right. So, okay, what are the other things we have to have? This can be 4. Oh, and we don't have a type char. We have a type character, right? It's a type character. Cool, that makes sense. It's really awful people sexualizing the new PogChamp emote, but when it was a man, no one did this. It's actually true. It's really interesting how people started to do that, like instantly. So here is the result, and result has to be... Oh yeah, for some reason, need it like this. It has to be an integer, that's right. It has to be an integer. Term. So here's the 9 and semicolon. So it's a little bit painful to go through all that, but yeah. Here's the line. Yeah, it has to be this. 31, this has to be just an index. 34, semicolon. 38. Yeah, you have to have integer. Image? Yeah, I think it has to be image. It has to be image. Okay, it compiles. So I think we managed to implement a simple parser for environment variables, environment files. So the thing we want to probably test is parsing such file. Okay, twitch env. Right, so we're gonna have a twitch env. And in here, what we want to have a host, port, what else? Nick, Mr. Botka, and pass 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. There we go. Twitch. So I just want to like see if we can parse these things correctly. Okay, so free node. So here it is. We're establishing Cozy White Bear. We're establishing Cozy White Bear. Thank you so much. Thank you. Thank you so much for 5 months of tier 1 subscription. Thank you, thank you, thank you, and welcome to our epic Ada Club. Isn't that amazing? That's goddamn amazing. What the fuck is this? What are you talking about? You're talking about language, Lambakota? Hello. What is the elevator pitch for Ada? You're missing the point. Gwim Chromium. Yeah, so essentially I'm using Gwim because Ada support in Emacs sucks really badly, and I have Chromium here because I'm using some of my previous code on GitHub as a reference for some of the things. So that's why I have this kind of setup. Does it make sense? Yeah. So it is what it is. Yeah. And what we're trying to do is I'm trying to establish a connection with Twitch. So to see if we can implement a bot, a Twitch chat bot in Ada. It was okay. This is just i3. It's 2 separate windows, right? It's 2 separate windows in i3. So yeah. Oh yeah, I can see. So it basically looks like somebody mscripted Vim and ran it in Chromium. Amazing. Okay, so instead of doing this thing, what I want to do is the following thing. It's going to be AIDS environment slurp. Right, I'm trying to slurp. What was that actually? It was Twitch environment. Yes, it was a Twitch environment. Twitch.env. So let's see if we can slurp all of that. So right now it's not gonna really collect a hash map, right? It's not collecting any hash maps or anything like that. It's gonna just test how it parses particular lines. And let's do that. Term. Okay, cannot use slurp to function as a statement. Return value of the function call cannot be ignored. Oh, that's cool. That's actually pretty cool. So maybe because of that we can do a declaration. Declare something like env, I don't know, Twitch, and it's gonna be aids env map. So it's a really strange name, like naming, but it is required. And here we're gonna just have null. Wait a second, it's gonna be just null. Term, and there we go. Is it gonna work? Is it gonna work? What is that? Oh, it's... I see what... You actually went through the effort of Googling that. Okay. Well, I mean, it works, I suppose. So somebody actually like ran it through the scripting. Holy shit, I just pressed Shift G and it hang a little bit trying to get to the bottom. It actually hangs a little bit trying to get to the bottom. Cannot close last window. I was trying to close it. Let's take a look at the WASM. Will WASM be a faster option? We better find out. Okay, can I make it bigger? I can't even make it bigger. Well, I'm trying to. Oh, not bad. It's actually pretty fast. Well, relatively. It just updates pretty slowly. So class full. It's pretty responsive. There is a little bit of delay, but overall. What does it use to render things? Okay, inspect. So what do you use? Oh, the use is canvas. Nice. It literally renders on the canvas. Okay. So that's cool. You cannot select with mouse though because of that. And if you're trying to copy paste this stuff, will you be able to insert it somewhere? Does it integrate with the... Oh shit, it integrates with the clipboard. That's actually pretty cool. You cannot use mouse to select things, but you can use like a visual selection and it does integrate with the clipboard. That's cool. That's actually pretty cool. Okay. A refresh, like when you refresh the whole screen is just a little bit slower. But yeah. No write since. Okay. Cool. That's actually pretty cool. Thank you. Thank you for showing that. That's very interesting. Alright. The future. Yeah, the future is fucking coming. Alright, so let me try to reveal that one more time. Still more responsive than Emacs, am I right? Got him. So let's actually try to do that. It's going to be build free node. And there you go. We managed to parse the environment file. So whoever asked the question, do you have support for environment files in Ada? I just implemented it. So I don't care. I just literally implemented it. Here you go. Now you have it. Well, we don't support like syntaxes like, you know, string literals and escaping, but who fucking uses that anyway? Am I right? It's not a full support yet, right? It's not a full support yet because we need to leaked. Oh yeah, password leaked. Yeah, I'm sorry. So yeah, so we're supposed to return environment map. Supposed to return environment map. I really want to do something like this, like environment hashed map. Yeah, so environment hashed map. And we're gonna have this, and I want to have a new type, which is environment is new environment hashed map map. And I don't really want to make a new type. I want it to be an alias. So then later I can just return something like this. I think that would be actually pretty cool if I could just like return it like that. But I'm not sure if it's gonna work properly. Shazawaku, welcome to the stream. When writing my own JSON parser in Rust, I didn't even bother adding support for number literals. Yeah, I can see that. Because number literals a kind of pain in the ass to implement, I'm not gonna lie. Because you need to support the scientific notation and all of that bullshit, like holy fuck. Yeah. And also, like, probably the two hardest part of JSON is number literals, if you don't have already predefined function that can do that. And string literals with escaping, right? With all the escaping, including the surrogate pairs and all of that UTF-16 bullshit that for some reason is still there. So yeah, so I completely understand you. Okay. So we have to return that, and basic support for .env files. Let's try to recompile that. Hello, Decor32. Welcome to the stream. How we do? Missing new. Yeah, but BTTV is like, all right. Good. Nice to hear that. Missing full declaration for private extension. Excuse me. Type derived from tag type must have extension. Welp. Not really sure what that means. Missed full declaration for private extension. Alright, either missed full declaration for private extension. Let's see what it's all about. Isn't that like 60 years old or something? So what? C is even older. Either complains because you declare in the private part a letter type. Oh, private part. Okay. Ada package public declaration. 40 years. It's starting from yeah, it's 40 years, but C is even older. So why age of the language is that important? Why age of the language is that important? Like, I don't know, JavaScript is 35? Yes, 25 years old as well. So okay. Package, so this is that. Type is private. Do I have to do something like is saying that this thing is public, type env is public? Is that what I have to do? I don't think so. I can only say that it's private. Yeah, but I don't have to say it's public. Imagine using 25 years language to backend and front end in 2021. Exactly. Not really sure how to do that, so I probably need a bunch of examples. So here is the body, right? So this is the body, and let's take a look at the signature and see how to import types. This is not what I wanted. This is not what I wanted. This is not. Oh my god! Why are you loading everything? So painful. Web technologies in 2021, and there is no S. Okay, so let's go back then. All right. Client. Type is private. How can I make a public type though? Yeah, I can do this stuff, and that automatically makes it public and stuff. Missing full declaration for type derived from tag type. It's just a derive. I need like a proper like aliases at least, but maybe I feel like there's no way to create aliases in here, so I'll have to actually suffer. It's really, I'm thinking will be the best way to do that. Actually, will be the best way. Okay. Yeah, I don't like that. All right, so let's actually do this thing the hard way, I suppose. hashed map. I really didn't want to do that, but I have no other choice. I think it's kind of like by design like this. I think it's by design. Alright, SRC Freenode ADB, and it's going to be 68, not even 69. AIDS environment hashed. Was it hashed map? Oh, I already forgot. What was that? AIDS environment. It requires me to store too much context. AIDS environment s env hashed map. Okay, env hashed map dot map. This is exactly what why I wanted to have this thing. All right, so now aliased. Okay, why Google didn't show me? Because I googled aliases like so many times and it didn't show me anything. Of aliased boolean. If you come from, okay, variables, I don't need that for variables, for type declarations. Declaring an array is aliased will only ensure that the array as a whole has an address. No, it's not what I want. I want it to have like a different name. It's wasting my time. Okay, I need a cup of tea. I'm running out of tea. Okay, is it gonna compile? Let's see. No type confirm. Okay, so that makes sense. SRC AIDS ADB 15. Okay, so now I have to properly return all of this shit. Environment hashed map dot map. Environment hashed map dot map. Can I now compile that, please? Okay, I finally managed to compile that. Cool. Now, what I want to do here is I want to collect keys and values, right? I want to collect keys and values from file. So essentially, if I understand correctly, what I have to do. Flip tile. Is that what I need? Because every time I get this thing, I parse the tile and I see. So I need to look flip the tile. Where is the definition of this thing? So first thing we need to do, we need to check whether we already have that thing there, but maybe not. Yeah. All right. If not, env hashed map. Actually, like this. Is it the result? I think it's called the result. I called it result. Yeah. Result has element key. Maybe I'm gonna just insert it then. Let's just go ahead and insert it. It's gonna be result insert environment hashed map insert result key value, and that's it. That's it. Okay, and then I'm gonna do terminal, and of course it doesn't compile. No candidate inserted. Match with actual. Oh, because they're unbounded. Yes, I do remember that. There are unbounded strings. Unbounded. What is going on in here? Does anyone needs to be banned or something? The fuck is going on? Okay, two unbounded strings. So, yep. Is it going to compile? It does compile. Cool. I need a cup of tea. Does anyone have any questions or anything to say to me while making a cup of tea? I wish I could use Emacs for this thing, because like using Vim here is painful. I'm making a cup of tea, by the way. Feel free to ask me anything. Yeah, chat is here. You can write into the chat. So, yeah. How do you motivate yourself? I don't. That's the secret. I'm never motivated. And I always feel down. That's the secret. Earl Grey. I'm drinking Earl Grey. What's your favorite language? Could somebody please issue a FAQ comment for the person who's asking about my favorite question? I would really appreciate that. All right. Does anyone have any other questions? So feel free to ask me anything, seriously. I will answer them. I tried to use Vim several times, but it feels like for typing 100 keys, you must type 300 keys. Yeah, sometimes it does feel like that, but people say that on a long term, it's actually more efficient or something. Why did you transition to Vim? I never transitioned to Vim, because I always used Vim. I don't know what you're talking about. Does anyone have any other questions? Why abandon nothing? There is an explanation on the schedule page, you can find it there. So, yeah. I'm a Vim user and I'm curious about Emacs. I'm really happy for you. How is the weather? Weather, I think it's a little bit warmer today. Weather, Novosibirsk. Yeah, it's actually pretty warm, -12, because it was for a week, it was -40. And it was kind of painful. I couldn't even go out at -40, like anywhere, without taking a taxi or something like that. It's just so really unpleasant. All right, I'm gonna go to the kitchen and turn on the kettle so I can boil up some water for my tea, and then I'm gonna be back. It's gonna be super quick. Don't go anywhere. So yeah. All right, let's continue. I think it all compiles, but the problem is that it's going to be such a huge pain in the ass to use, I think. Because you will see how much pain in the ass is going to be used, because you have to always like forward these things and stuff like that. It does already compile. We already tested that this thing compiles, right? Yeah, it does compile. The next thing I want to do, I want to be able to see like the count for all of this stuff, if you know what I mean. So free node ADB, or at least query very specific things, right? At least be able to query very specific things. So the problem here is that to check where you have an element here, you will always have to use this kind of stuff, right? which is kind of dumb in my opinion, has element, or maybe like find to which, right? It's such a long thing, and even with like name spacing things like with and use, I don't think it's going to be that much shorter. You still have to do that. So it would be better if I could just use like this. That would be actually super cool. That would be super cool. But I'm not sure how to easily do that. So one of the things we can try to do, we can try to make this private type or abstract types. So, and have some sort of functions, aids, environment aids, right? Make some sort of functions that find you this thing, right? So it's going to be function find. You accept some sort of abstract type called env type, right, as an input, and then you get the value. You also get the key, which is going to be unbounded string. So here's the key, and it's also an input, right? So it's all of that is an input, and value is going to be an output, right? And you also get a boolean indicating that you do have that thing in there, right? You do have that thing in there. So this is essentially what I want to do, and I want to completely abstract away that environment type, right? If you know what I mean. So type environment, and I saw people doing that several times, basically hiding away the type, and I just need to go on Google and learn how to do that. I'm not sure if it's a generally good idea, maybe it's a bad idea. We're bound to find out, because like we're hiding too much away from people, but at the same time exposing this kind of interface is really meh. It's really meh in my opinion. You know what I mean? But also if you want to iterate through all of these things, it's gonna be just really painful. So I'm still kind of cannot decide, but maybe I should just decide something. Ada abstract type. So can we have like abstract hidden types? Abstract types. Oh my god. Okay, example please. Okay. Typeset is abstract tagged null record. Well, that's really strange. Can I say that the type is just abstract or something without tagged or anything? That would be kind of cool. A subtype is natural type. It's the same thing. Example of an abstract type represented in a set of natural numbers. Do I like? Why do I have to pull null record and tagged? I just don't understand why it's needed here. Yeah, it's abstract bin factory single. Like it's just too many. Like why? Abstract types. And it's the same example everywhere. Yeah, this is what I'm talking about. Like, can I just have well, no. Is abstract new? Yeah, it's too much. Too much. I don't understand why I have to do that, but... So, a syntax exception we have... I think my tea is ready, by the way. I know what tagged means! This is not what I'm asking. Holy shit. I need more examples. Oh, Ada streams. I think that's where we did. Stream element. Yeah. Tagged, limited, private. Well, to be fair, because this thing is also tagged, like this type is also tagged. All right. Only tag types can be abstract, whatever that means. I see. I see. I really need to make a small break. I need to pee. God damn it. I only just was going to the kitchen for the tea, but I just realized that I really need to pee as well. Just a second. Oh my god, I'm so bad at streaming. Wait a second, chat. I'm just gonna pee and we're gonna continue. It's gonna be 2 minutes. Let's make a small break and you guys have fun. Alright, I'm back. Hello everyone, welcome back to back. So, let's continue. Essentially, what I'm gonna be doing, I'm gonna be ditching the idea of all this stuff and I'm gonna just do a hashed map.map. Yeah. Wish it was a little bit easier, but it just is what it is. And I need to just implement this particular function here, right, which takes the environment, the hashed map environment, the key, and returns your value, and you don't really have to think about it too much. But I still want to be able to have like an alias, because like it begs for an alias. Oh boy, oh boy, oh boy. Okay, so it really kills me how it needs an alias and stuff. Abstract tagged. Maybe I can do that. Maybe I can actually like pull that off. So this is going to be an environment type, and of a type, and let's put it is abstract tagged, because the hash map is also tagged, if I remember correctly. Limited private. Sure. And so I think there's also a private section. Is it? Yeah, there's a private section, but for some reason I cannot align everything appropriately here. Maybe it's a bug, maybe it's a feature, who knows. Is abstract. Cool. And that means here I can finally define this thing. And I wonder Oh yeah, and that means here I'll have to return the env type. Env type, and here we're gonna accept the env type as well. We go slurp and find, and there we go. Now the type env type is is essentially env hashed map. That's basically what I want you to do, right? So and that's a private part, and I wonder where I have to keep the package. So that's a good question. So I probably have to keep it here or under the private section, but I'm not 100% sure yet again. Okay, so in here we have some problems. Oh yeah, I see. So I have to separate them with semicolons. Terminal, please do that. And missing new. Okay, 23. Type is new. Is that what you want? I think that's what it wants. So is abstract tagged limited, and it's a record. So, but in our case, it's going to be just a new. And I think it's not going to compile because it expects to be tagged and whatnot. What is it going to do? Please tell me that yes, that's what I'm talking about. Expected private type, for instance, at found private type at AIDS. Oh, it already completes at ADB. This is perfect. It completes at ADB. Holy fuck. Yes. So that means we're moving somewhere. So that's super cool. It completes at ADB. So 68. No. 68. So it's 48. I don't have... Oh, it's a free node ADB. Holy shit. Free node ADB 68. So and in here, what I want is event type. That's what I'm talking about. Yes, so I don't have to like make such a huge thing. Furthermore, I actually want to just event. Oh my god. All right, let's call it type like this. Right. So it's going to be AIDS event type, and then I can also slurp it and do other things with it. This is actually super cool. So if I go to AIDS environment as, I'm going to say that we're only going to have a type here, which is just type, right? And anywhere here, we can replace env type with just env type like this. Cool. And term. Cool. So in we're gonna go to ADB 68, and type of object cannot be abstract. Do I have to do this then? This is insanity. Like, holy shit. It's like on the surface it's such an interesting language, but once you go deeper into these weird features, they drive you nuts. Like, why is it so overcomplicated? It's literally overcomplicated for what I'm trying to do. Okay. Alright. Ooh. Alright. Okay. So we can't do it anymore. So somebody said you can use subtypes. Ada subtypes. Subtype declaration. Okay, let's try to use them. Maybe it's gonna actually make it a little bit better. SRC AIDS environment S. So let's put it somewhere here then. Is subtype as environment hash map. We already did class. You're too late. We already switched to a different solution. Why are you all so slow? Okay. Missing body for, yeah, perfect. Finally, this is what we need. M class SOC AIDS environment DB. Oh, yeah, you have to save that first. Okay. Did I miss the body? AIDS. Okay, let's actually put it here. So this is a find, and this has to be like is, and we need to do a return here, and initially it's going to be return false. Holy fuck. Holy shit. Okay, that's cool. Thank you. Who suggested subtype? Subtype. Let me take a look at your history. Okay. Crimson. Are you trust? Oh, trust. And also Gatsukama. Okay, you suggested first as well, so let's actually do Gatsukama. There we go. So this is a subtype. Cool. Yeah, the environment is the type, and now we need to define a cursor, right? So for this thing, this is gonna be like this. Shit. Why is it so bad? Okay, I see. So we're gonna have a cursor which is gonna be just C, so it's a type cursor. Can I actually do things like type find for the environment, and what we're looking for the key, and if if type has element, C, then we want to get that element as well, right? We want to actually assign it to the value. Value is going to be type element C, right? And then we instantly return false, actually true. That means that we managed to get something from there. Otherwise, we instantly return false. And if, there we go. So this is essentially what we have here. Might as well, you know, move this thing like outside, like this. Does it make more sense? Maybe. So, and essentially, like, we can use this helper to search for this stuff and check this stuff and stuff like that. All right. So if I try to rebuild this entire thing, right, I'm going to try to rebuild it. Terminal. Let's try to rebuild that. Invalid prefix in a selected component type. Pretty much what I expected. Right, because what you have to have here is environment hashed map. Environment hashed map. Environment hashed map, and here also environment hashed map. Yeah, and let's see what's gonna happen. So that works perfect. So we have a find function that can find something within what you're looking for. So in the frame node, that's the thing you can do. With this thing, use aids and look at what we can do now. I can do now env type, env slurp, and then I can easily check env find, providing the twitch, of course. Right, providing the twitch. And what I'm trying to find here is the host, right. So I'm trying to find the host, and we also can have a value, which is unbounded string. And for example, if I can find this value here, right, I can do something like put line host something like value. So we can actually define an interesting procedure. Print key, right? Print key, which accepts the key. Is going to be unbounded strings, right? And essentially what it's doing, begin, end, right? And we can move this thing to this declaration. Essentially what it's doing, it checks whether the key you provided does exist. And we can put something like this. This is not what I wanted. Key. And then we can try to print that key. Right, so key and value, so this is what we're doing. Maybe we can even put it like that. Otherwise, we can put line key not found. Okay, so once we have that, we can do something like print key, and we can try to print some of the keys, like for example host, then foo, then port, then bar, then nick, and so on and so forth. And if we try to compile all of this stuff, what's gonna happen? Alright, so unbounded, oh my god, that's a lot of stuff. Missing argument for the parameter item, something, 74. Yeah, all of that stuff is unbounded, so that means I'll have to do toString. I completely forgot about that. So that's kind of important. toString, and this is also toString. Is it gonna work now? Is it gonna work now? Hopefully it will work now. No candidate interpolation 76. And I forgot to do toString here as well. Sure, let's actually fix that as well. I also need to not forget to do that. Yep. So what else do we have here? So it's 80, and yeah, and these things, okay, that's kind of, I see what you mean here. I wonder if there's like a string literals for unbounded strings. To unbounded string, because that would be actually kind of useful, not gonna lie. But I don't think there is anything like that. Yeah, so something like this. Alright, so what else do we have here? I think it compiles, and yep, it did in fact compile, and nothing was found. Absolutely fucking amazing. None of this shit was found, and you know why? Because they have to be capitalized. This is actually a capitalized thing. Yeah. There we go. And there we go. So here we go. Host, that key was not found, this key was found, and that's actually pretty cool. Yeah. So we have a support for some sort of like a very basic format here, right? So essentially you slurp the environment file, and then with the find method you can check whether key is located there, and value is the output parameter. You can use that value as well. It's pretty straightforward. Yeah, pretty cool. Yep, let's do committee, I suppose. That took way more time than I expected, but I mean, git add. So we're gonna add src, and do I want to add twitch.env file? Probably not. As a matter of fact, I want to git ignore them just in case, right? So I don't accidentally commit them. Yeah, don't include anything there. Okay, and also do git ignore, git commit that, and add support for .env files. Cool. Git push origin master, and you can find the source code of what we're developing right now. Here is just this like a simple sandbox project where we play with things all Ada. So yeah, it's a very interesting language, but I'm kind of in some places it's overcomplicated, that's what I would say, especially with all of this tagged, limited, private, like what the hell is that? Like it could have been way simpler than this. Alrighty. I think it's like scars from object-oriented hype, where all of the languages had to be object-oriented, and that's why it looks so weird, so I don't know. Alright, so we have a way to do all of that, right? To do all of that. So we need a function now that will accept a file path and return us the IRC credentials. I think that's what we need to do here. And it's going to be based on the environment variable stuff. So we're going to have a function, something like IRC credentials from file. Right, it's going to accept file path, and it's going to be a string, and it's going to return IRC credentials. Right. The begin and then end. Cool. So what we do here, we take the environment, right, it's going to be environment type and environment slurp. Environment slurp, so we're slurping this file path. So there we go, it has been successfully slurped. And we just need to go through all of these keys and fill them up appropriately, I suppose. So how we're going to do that? It's going to be like this. It's going to be result equal to IRC credentials, and we can even do something like that. So host is going to be equal to environment find. Oh, this one is going to be slightly more difficult. Okay. Yeah, let's define something like result, right? Result, and it's going to be simply IRC credentials, right? IRC credentials, and I don't think we need to fill it up with anything, and we can just return the result. The thing I will need here is a function that accepts the IRC credentials and key and extracts them correspondingly, hopefully. Sure if it's easy gonna be to do. I think I know how we're gonna do that. I think I know. So we can actually have like internal functions. You can like define functions, like nested functions, as deep as you want. So here's the function, and within that function we can define another one, right? So for example, extract string, and in here we're gonna have an input, like a key as an input, so in string, actually unbound string, right? It has to be unbound string, and the output is going to be in the value. So this is going to be the value output unbound string, right? And it doesn't really have to be a function. I think it could be a procedure. There we go. Is begin. So essentially what we do env find environment thingy, environment key, and we directly do that for a value. And if we couldn't find it, then we probably need to crash with something. We probably need to crash with something. What we're gonna crash with? We're gonna crash with unknown env key, unknown env key with a message, So do we have a file path? We do have a file path, so it's going to be file path at unknown key, and we're going to close this entire thing, and we're going to just put it like that. So there we go. And I guess that's it. All right, so it will automatically just return that. And once you have this function, you could quite easily can do the following thing: extract string result host, and the key could be host. There we go. Since this is the output, this is how we can do all of that. So then the next thing, you cannot extract port into that, but we can have like a separate thing here. I think it could be positive. Positive, extract positive. And then you can have a nick. Right, this one has to be a port. This one has to be a nick. And this one has to be a pass. This is going to be a pass. It's actually pretty cool. It's actually pretty cool. Alright, so let me see. Pass. No, and all of that has to be a string actually. So I wish it was like a templated. Can you do templates on Ada? Ada. I think generics, but generics are available on the level of like packages. You can have generic packages, but generic functions, I don't think it's a thing. Yeah, so they're kind of complicated. Okay. Oh. Declaration of a formal types and object. Below we could use one of the following. Procedure function. Okay. Dummy. Huh. Well, that's very cool. Discrete type, floating point type, any type. Huh. That's cool. So maybe we can have generics? But no. So you will still have like different stuff there, unfortunately, because like you have to convert to different types appropriately. All right, so the output here is going to be positive, if I remember correctly, right? So this thing has to be extract positive, right? Extract positive. So you have to have this string. And let's call it S, so it's going to be unbounded string, right? So you extract all of that to that, and if you couldn't do that, you do that, and then you can do the following thing. I forgot how to, I think you just parse it. So value is going to be equal to positive parse val, I think it's a val. String to integer. How do you do that? How do you do that? String to integer in Ada. Value. Okay. It is in fact value. All right. So this is essentially what we need to do here. But if it's a if it was a generic, maybe at some point you could have just done like T and then simply T, and that would resolve. That's actually very interesting. So we'll see. First I want to make this compile, and then we can try making this a generic thing. I think that will be actually pretty fucking pogue. Alright, so I'm gonna try to compile this thing. And is it gonna compile? Okay, we missed some things. Actually, quite a few things. 35. Okay, so environment cannot be used. I don't know. Let's call it E then. I don't fucking know. Okay, that should be enough. Hopefully. Term. There we go. So what else do we have here? 41 unknown. Oh yeah, this is exception. We need to define this as an exception. I wonder if I can define it like from within this entire thing, because I don't really want it to be visible like outside much. But otherwise you won't be able to capture it. So maybe that's too much of a. Yeah, new PogChamp is actually pretty cool, but as Aldan mentioned, since it's sexualized a lot, I think Twitch is not gonna really keep it for too long, right? Because they probably don't want to be involved into all that. Okay, so here's the string. So this is like a regular string, but the key to unbound stuff. There we go. Yeah, I think we should just use Sodium Pog. Sodium Pog is actually cool. So yeah, but they're probably never gonna use it. All right. No interpretation match the actual standard integer. It actually has to be toString and bounded. Yeah. Have you tried playing with Coq? Yes, I have tried playing with Coq, and I actually liked it. Unfortunately, there's like documentation with Coq in like for Coq is kind of like meh. To use Coq efficiently, you have to read the whole software foundation, I think. So, and not like you cannot like brute force learn Coq. Right, so essentially just try things until they work. You have to properly like sit down and read software foundations, and that kind of like turns me off from that thing. But at the same time, like I read a couple of chapters of software foundations and it's kind of fun. I was actually thinking maybe at some point we're gonna do a stream where I like read software foundation and we go through the Coq exercises. That would be kind of interesting. Maybe for some people, it actually depends. Yeah. Coq is fun. Alright. Yep. Coq. Yep, Coq. It's kind of difficult for me to understand how to use Coq in production, right? By the way, I need to make a small break. I really need to make a small break. Just a second. God damn it. It's really not convenient. Alright. Small break. 3 minutes. I'm really sorry. Have fun. What's up, Epic? Add the developers. How do you call it the developers? KGB is knocking on the door. Yes, that's exactly what happened. I need to make a call. I needed to make a call to my KGB agents. That's why I needed to stop the stream. Adders, subtractors. Anyway. Okay, so we have this thing. and it has to be, did I call it E? Yeah, I actually renamed it to E. E. It's kind of like iteration cycle is so slow with Ada, with Vim 51. All right. Oh yeah, it's a kind of similar thing. To string. So what do we do here? 54. It's a value. So it also has to be converted to a string. Like, I wonder, is there like is there like more convenient idiom so you don't have to convert between unbounded and bounding strings too much? I think I wish there was. 57. Oh, and here we also have to do this thing. Yeah. So it has to be two unbounded string. Right. Two unbounded string. It feels like you have to try to avoid unbounding strings as much as possible. Right, because they don't, like, at least for the interfaces, I think unbounding strings should be an internal value, internal representational value. But for all of the interfaces, you might want to use only strings, but I'm not quite sure. So, because it makes it really inconvenient to use things. And there you go. So that might be not enough. That might be not enough, because after we read all of these things, after we read the IRC credentials, we need to be able to print them, right? So let me see what we can do about that. So we're going to do procedure print IRC credentials. C IRC credentials is begin and IRC credentials. So this is going to be just an input because we're not going to be modifying this entire stuff. And what essentially I want to do, I want to like print that in some particular way. Yeah. Let me try to do that. It's going to be put line is going to be host. And maybe we're gonna even do it like no. So host is gonna be just a C host, right? And it's unbounded strings. Yeah, to string. So this is gonna be a port, and the port has to be something like positive image. Then we have a nick, right? Then we have a nick, and then we have a pass. Then we have a pass, and that's pretty much it. Okay, so we have a way to just dump the IRC credentials. But speaking of a pass, I think I don't want to print the pass, so I'm gonna just print it like this, or even better, redacted. There we go. So, and because of that, right, you won't leak anything. So I think it's a pretty good approach, right? So we have a pass and it's reducted and it's now going to be printed. All right, so here we have this kind of thing. So it's not needed anymore, I think, right? So we're going to just remove that. So what essentially I want to do here, I want to read the Twitch IRC credentials, and we're going to assign IRC credentials from file, and the file we're looking for is twitch-env, right, twitch-env, and print IRC credentials twitch. There we go. Should be pretty straightforward if you know what I mean. Cool. So we're capable of just grabbing the IRC credentials and printing them and working with them and, you know, doing all of this stuff. let's try to do all of this. Okay, Twitch conflicts with the declaration at line 7. Okay, that's actually true. 27. So let's remove this entire thing. And have you considered contacting John Blow to get into closed beta for the compiler? I did. He ignored my message. I don't think he actually particularly likes me. All right. So let me see. I'm gonna wait until it's gonna be open beta, so it's not a big deal. All right. So let's actually try to run it, and there we go. So we managed to read all of these things. It's pretty cool. So host Twitch, Mr. Botka, blah blah blah. Yeah, it's pretty cool. So now we can actually store all of these credentials. I probably don't need this thing anymore. Pass is not read. Yeah. It's actually equal. It's literally equal to redacted, right? So that's the literal password. That's what it is. All right. So yeah. Okay, we finally managed to read it from the file. So we can try to now log in into like Twitch properly. We can try to log in into Twitch. But before we do that, I think I'm gonna commit all of that. So what was the previous message actually? Add support for end file. Okay. Git add src git commit. Read Twitch credentials from an env file. This is how we're going to do that, and I'm going to push that right into the repo chat. So you can find the source code of everything we're doing here by this link, if you're interested, of course. And let's continue. Okay. So to establish a connection, let's actually close all of that garbage. Let's close all of this garbage. It's not needed anymore. And what do we need to connect to? Yeah, so this is what we have. So it's going to be over SSL. So it's going to be Twitch. The port is going to be 6697. 6697. It's actually 97. Mr. Botka is the correct thing, and the password is I don't know personally actually, so I'll probably have to copy paste it from my other place. So yes, so I'll probably have to do a little bit of pretty dangerous stuff, chat. So you'll have to look at my bold face for quite some time. Yeah. So let me see. I'm going to beautiful face. Sure. Gray face, no space. I'm gonna be moving this thing here. Hello, Burns Flipper. Welcome to the stream. How do you like my face? I'm sorry. We're like I'm doing some very like sensitive stuff, which I cannot show on the stream, so that's why you can see what I'm doing. But trust me, it's kind of good. The thing that I'm doing is kind of cool. So let's go here and I'm not even showing password right now. You already you already failed, Aguduk. You already failed. So yeah. Okay. I closed my eyes for a second so you wouldn't see the password. No, it's not the reason. Yeah. Cool. Okay, I think I'm ready. Almost. Boom. All right, so I need to probably change the logic a little bit here. Free node ADB. So the way we're gonna work now, I'm not gonna print this entire thing, of course. I'm not gonna print it. And I'm gonna accept the secret file via the command line arguments, right? So this is how we're gonna work now. New programming stream. Yeah, who needs source code? I mean, you can just look at my face. Oh, maybe I'm gonna reverse it. Maybe I'm gonna have the camera for the whole screen and just the code is gonna be small window. No, so it can be way better. Nobody looks at the code anyway. You need to cat this file at least to test things out. Yeah, sure. Arguments. I forgot how to do that. So it's going to be SP, and I'm going to take a look at the WTTR, and this is where we did all that. So if argument count is less than 1, then we want to raise not enough arguments exception. So that's going to be our exception. Otherwise, we're going to do the following thing. I'm going to do another declaration. Declare begin end. Right, so here's the Twitch, and the file path is going to be here. It's going to be in the arguments. So it's going to be argument 1. There we go. And we have a Twitch credentials. And then we can use these credentials right here, as far as I know. It's pretty cool. All right. And can I build all of that? I think I should be able to build all of that. So Pilot stream. Oh yeah, essentially Pilot stream. But actually Pilot recently started to make his webcam smaller and smaller. So let me take a look. It's gonna be SRC and WTTR. I probably need to, I need to import this thing. Otherwise it's not gonna work. And term, there we go. Is it gonna compile? Not enough argument is undefined. Okay, so let's just define it then. So not enough arguments is an exception. This is not how we define exception. There we go. Thank you very much. Cool. That's fucking epic, mate. So now I'm gonna do free node. And not enough arguments, and it just failed here. So what if I provide something that doesn't exist? Okay, IO exception name, no such file or directory. Cool. Do I have Twitch env? I don't think so. If I try to provide file that is not correct thing, so something like server GPR, as environment syntax, expected separator this thing. I kind of like the exceptions. Exceptions are kind of interesting, but anyway. Hopefully it's not gonna fail too much. So I'm gonna try to do the following thing. It's gonna be software, server, Twitch, environment, and... Okay, establishing secure cap. Okay, it worked. It worked, because otherwise it wouldn't be able to establish the connection to these two things. All right. That's kind of cool, but since we're not doing nick and pass, it's not actually answering anything to us, right? So it's not answering anything. Yeah, I think we achieved what we wanted. So the next step is going to be actually just establishing the like authentication, right? Once we have authentication, we can do some things. Okay, add src commit read rc credentials. Okay, unhard code. RC, or maybe Twitch credentials file. There we go. I'm gonna push that right into the repo, and again, you can find all of that here if you are interested in Ada. Ada. I'm sorry, I should stop. So the next thing we need to do, we need to actually print all of these like strings and stuff. And I wonder, how do you even do that? Ada. Yazık Ada. Okay, comrade. Alright, so here's the chunk image. Alright, look. We establish the connection, right? And to receive something from this, we just use receive. And how can we essentially send something? That's a good question. Send. I think we have to use send. I need to go back to that SSL regression test. Let's quickly do that. What's up, Yetanasa? Welcome to the Streamos. How are you fucking doing, mate? What's up? Now. Ada core. Are we winning? Nah, we're definitely not winning. We're definitely losing. Our mind, at least. I'm slowly going insane. Excuse me. SSL reuse. It wasn't SSL reuse. What was that? I think it was it 111. What was the regression test that we used? I completely forgot. TLS config, maybe not. Maybe that was one. SSL config client. I lost it. I literally lost it. Like TLS. Was it SSL reuse? SS short. Okay, I think that's what it was. S short. Client side. There we go. How do we send things? Okay, you send. It doesn't really make much sense, but okay. Client send. Huh. We're not winning anymore. Okay, so I'm pretty sure I cannot do anything like that. Like hello, right? It's not gonna work. Yeah. Missing argument for parameter last in call to send declared NW. Okay, so it needs last and So I think if I put last, I don't remember what it has to be. Does it have to be an integer? Let's try to do that. And let's see what's gonna happen. We can gather a little bit more information. Expected type stream element array. Yeah. Found string type. So essentially what we have to have here is a buffer, which is going to be stream element array. Right, so this is a buffer. And we're going to try to send this buffer like this. And the next error is going to be that the last is supposed to be string element of set, but it's integer. So, and if I'm going to encounter that error, that means I do understand how all of that shit works. Unconstrained subtype not allowed. A string element of set has to be has to have some sort of a type. Okay, let's actually do something like 99. All right, so let's try to recompile that one more time. So I'm starting to understand how all of that works. Expected type, yes, that's what I was talking about. It expects stream element of set. Stream element of set. And let's try to do that. So essentially we need to solve the opposite problem. Remember how we had a stream element array and we needed to convert it to a string? Now we need to do an opposite thing. We need to take a string and convert it to stream element of set. Just set up a network store on a spare laptop I had. Congratulations. Sounds pretty cool. Yesu. I wonder if last here is an output. But anyway, we need here, right, we need a way to convert the string to that stuff. But I wonder how can we even do anything like that? So they use this, and I have no idea what the fuck is that. Right. Is that a way to create stream element array? Is that a way to do that? Let's actually try to do that. So where was that? So we can try to also send something like one this, and I have no idea what the fuck is that supposed to mean, but it seems to be like what they expect. Oh right, so that works. Apparently, I think send is overloaded, right? And what is that? What is this syntax? Is this how you create like stream elements arrays or something? It's really strange. Really strange. Anyways, so let's create a function that will let us construct stream elements array. So how is that function called? That takes stream element array, like chunk image. Okay. Do you have any Fuse project? I don't even know what that means. All right, string to chunk, right? So what we're gonna accept here is some sort of a string s, right? And it's gonna be input string, right? And what we're gonna return here is something more interesting. So we are returning stream element array, right? String element array. Okay. Is begin end. So what we're gonna have here is a result, right? This is a result string element array. Stream element array. So it starts with the first and last, but we also want to convert it to stream element of set, right? So this is one of the things that we'll have to do, otherwise it's not going to work. Stream element of set. Stream element of set. Right, and then we just return this entire thing. So it's kind of strange, but okay. We can always do something like first stream element of set, right? Stream element upset, and just put it somewhere here. Just copy paste this entire stuff and replace first with last. Well, this is not necessarily what I wanted. I want something like this, right? And instead of all of that bullshit here, we can just use first and last, so it's a little bit easier to read. Hopefully, I'm not sure if it is actually. There we go. Cool. Seems to be working. So now we can do something like for a single character, I suppose a single character in like of s. I'm not sure if this is how we do that, but we'll probably do that as an index. Index in a particular range of the string, and then we'll loop over all of that, right? So what essentially we can do now, we can do a result. We use that index, but it has to be converted to stream element of set. Stream element of set, and then we take the s and we use that index here. And that has to be converted to a stream element, I think. Otherwise, it's not gonna really work. So then we just return that. Okay, is it gonna work? Is it gonna work? And illegal operand for numeric conversion. Nice. It is not possible for me to just do that. For numeric conversion. Okay, what if I just try to assign this thing? What's gonna happen? What's gonna happen? What's gonna happen? Expected AD stream element but got string character. Okay, that kind of makes sense. I think the thing we have to do, we have to convert a character to a number from 0 to 255, and then we should be able to do stream element, and just assign all of that like that. And if I try to do this, is it gonna work? Yes, it goddamn worked. 93. Okay, so we have a buffer. And essentially, we don't really need a buffer anymore, right? What we can do now is simply string to chunk, and you can say hello, and I think that will compile. And on top of that, I think we'll have to like have new line here. We'll see how it goes. We'll see how it goes. Does it compile? It does get them compiled. There we go. So I'm getting actually kind of good at it, right? Especially with all this like string to stream element conversion and shit. Yeah. So that's kind of Pogue. It's kind of strange that you have to do this kind of stuff, but yeah. By the way, I want to test a simple thing. Put hello. Right, if you try to do something like this, and you try to convert, I just want to check if we support escaping in string literals. I don't remember if we do. Build free node. Okay. Why? All right. I'm so hungry, by the way. Okay, I want to do something like this. It still prints a new line. Why does it print a new line? Maybe it doesn't matter. Maybe it doesn't matter. Fuck, it doesn't escape anything. It's a huge pain in the ass. Okay. Add string escape characters. How do you do that? Tutorial character string escaping. Wait, what? The fuck is this shit? Ah, it's not escaping. Escape. We'll find out later how to present control character, but for now we'll not. Let's see. Like, I don't need it for later. Give me it now. What the fuck? Escape sequences are methods. Okay, whatever. Aiden. Are you fucking serious? Oh my god. It's disgusting. I see what you have to do. You literally have to take the ASCII, then convert it to a character. Right. Convert it to a character. And then concatenate it with the... Holy fuck. Alright. So that's probably what we have to do here as well. Alright. Okay. Nice language. Yeah, now it works. I see. Okay. Whew. Cool. Now essentially, if we want to send hello, what we have to do is a character value 10, right? And that's gonna probably do the thing. It seems to be compiling at least, and then we can take the credentials, and it didn't. Hello, Ano. Yeah, would you look at that? Would you look at that? It actually fucking worked. Amazing, fucking amazing. It understood me. Okay, so let's actually do a connection, a proper connection. So we have to do path, auth, and Twitch auth token. Cool. So this is how we're gonna go about that. It's gonna be path, then auth, and we're gonna concatenate all of that with the credentials. So we have credentials, and here we have a path, and it is unbounded string. So we have to convert it to a string, right? We convert it to a string, and then I do character value 10. There we go. So this is the first thing, and another one is gonna be a nick, right? So it's gonna be a nick, and it's gonna be just a nick. Cool. It's gonna be a nick. So can I now try to compile all of that? Hopefully it does in fact compile. And are you ready, chat? Didn't really work. Receive socket closed by peer. Maybe we were not properly authenticated. That's what it feels like. It feels like we were not properly authenticated. I think it didn't like it. I wonder what happened. It's really strange. Just closed connection. Simply closed connection. And I have no idea how to properly troubleshoot that, because it's really sensitive. It's very, very sensitive. How do I read credentials from files? Did I fuck up the path? No, I didn't fuck up the path, so it should be all right. So I don't see any problems here, so it just doesn't really authenticate us. It just doesn't want to authenticate us. I really want to print all of that, oh my god, and it's just, oh my god, it drives me nuts. Oh shit, is it because it includes new line? I think this is because it includes new line. Yeah. It could be that. Okay. So src aids db, right? So here's that, and when I get a line, so ada get line, does it return a new line in there? So that's a good question, actually. That's a good question. This is not what I want. I wanted like a proper documentation or explanation of what this thing does. Get line. What if the length of the input is not used? Either get length input or return. Okay. Fields until it reaches the end of either S or the line. Any unfilled locations, you make sure the slice is okay. Does it contain end of on the line? The new line at the end of the line is not read into S. Okay, it is not read into S. So that means it should be all right, I guess. I didn't even know where to start troubleshooting. This is actually very bad. And oh shit, it's one of those situations. Where did I fuck up? Where did I fuck up? It's really difficult to know. So here is the Does probably. Okay, that's a good point. So our hex dump 0D A B C D, so 13. Let's put 13 there as well. Thank you. That's actually a good point. So first we have to provide R, right? Character val 13. Character val 13. Okay. Okay, 1310. If it's gonna work, Jiang, you're gonna get VIP instantly. All right, we're gonna try. There we go. You're getting VIP, Jiang. Thank you so much. Yes, we successfully connected to Twitch via SSL and authenticated. And that took 2 days. But we managed to do that anyway. That's actually pretty cool. We managed to do that. So that's fucking amazing. I think I want to kind of extract like sending a string to like a socket into there. Why are you still in part 1? Yeah, I know. Procedure send line, right? So what we're gonna accept here, we're gonna accept a client, which is SSL socket type, right? And also this is like an input, right? And another input we're gonna accept here. Actually, it could be input output, right? Because it may modify it at some point. And what we're accepting there is just a line that we're gonna send in, right? Send line is gonna be string, and there we go. So essentially what we're doing here, we're doing client send, and it's gonna be line character value 13, character value 10, right? And I guess that's it. And on top of that, you also have to convert it to a chunk, so string to chunk. So to not do all of that boilerplate all the time, we're gonna have like a separate function for all of that, right? So that's why we do all that. Okay, so let me see how can we improve all of this. So essentially now you can do send line, where you provide the client and all of this stuff, essentially. All of this stuff. I'm gonna actually do something like this. So it's gonna be nick. And here's the nick. Okay. Let's remove all of this. So it's going to be a little bit easier to now, right? So if you want to send something, you just provide a string and it will automatically prepend new lines and convert it to a chunk and so on and so forth. It's pretty straightforward. It's pretty straightforward. Let me try to compile all of that now. Okay, so it's going to be 89. What did I forget? Yeah, this is what I forget. Terminal. What's up? Welcome back. 98. 98 is not used for anything. Oh, you don't have to provide the last? Apparently. Apparently you don't have to. Okay. That's cool. That's pretty cool. And now, yeah, let me test it one more time. We'll be able to connect. Yes, we're able to connect. Cool. So, and the next thing I want to do, I want to try to join a particular chat, right? How can I join? So I can just join the channel. All right, so let's quickly do that. Send line client join Sojin, right? That should be it. So that will automatically join and we will be able to actually receive the messages. All right, so are you ready? Send something like hello. We're receiving the messages from the chat. Look at that. we're receiving the messages. Let's actually test Unicode. Okay, so Unicode works okay. That's actually pretty cool. So yeah, I mean, it's just it deals with the raw data, so it doesn't try to modify it, transform it. That's why it just works like that. Yeah, pretty cool. All right, and all that is implemented in Ada, so it's literally I can log messages in Ada. Cool. So thank you very much for testing all that. So the next step, I suppose, is going to be actually sending some messages, and I don't quite know how to do that. So join the channel, part prev message. Okay. So you do send a message to a channel, prev message. This is a simple message. Okay. Let's quickly do that. Send line client. So this is how we do all of these. So it's gonna be a channel. The channel is gonna be Zozin, and it's gonna be, I suppose, Zozin Pog. Zozin Pog. So it's prev message. It's pretty cool. Are you guys ready? Are you guys ready for epic first try get cooler moment? Yes, that was it. First try. So we send a message. We send a message from the bot. From the bot. That's so fucking poog, mate. So fucking poog. Yeah, maybe we can also, but unfortunately we're not using any IRC library, so I cannot parse anything here. We cannot parse these things, but we can try to. We can try to. If I remember correctly, how Zhiyang actually explained how this works. So a command, the IRC command looks like this, right? You have a command, and the arguments actually like any non-space characters until you encounter colon, and now this is a arg like arg4, right? And this is like the last argument that can contain whatever you want, right? It can contain spaces, it can contain other things. This has to be actually 4, right? So essentially, yeah, this is like an IRC command. Yeah, you actually explained to me, right? A command like arguments are like don't contain any spaces or any special characters, and until you encounter a colon, and the colon is basically takes everything after the colon, and this is the last command. Not really, but okay. Are you talking about this, or are you talking about Chiturin? You're probably talking about Chiturin. Okay, and maybe we can try to implement a simple IRC parser that basically implements that without getting into the details of what characters are allowed in particular places and whatnot, depending on the command. So yeah. So and in here, well, you also have these kind of things. I suppose it's like a source from where you get all of that, and then you have a command and the rest of the stuff. It kind of makes sense. It kind of it's good enough for Twitch, yeah, I suppose. So, but in Twitch, when you receive something, you first have the source or the author. Right, you have the author who sent this entire thing. You also have to parse it in a very specific way. Alrighty. Okay, so let me actually commit whatever we have. Or maybe, you know what? I'm gonna also customize the channel. So I'm gonna introduce the channel into the IRC credentials, right? So it's gonna be channel, and it's gonna be unbounded string as well. We don't need this thing anymore. Right, I don't need this thing anymore. Then I'm going to do put line channel to string C channel. Okay, so and when we're reading them from a file, what we're expecting here is extract string to unbounded string channel, and this is going to be just a result channel. This is where we're reading all of that. There we go. So now we should have a support for that. Tags. Oh, you also need support for tags and stuff. Yeah. Alright, so is it gonna compile? Hopefully it's gonna compile. I wonder if it's gonna complain. Yeah, there we go. So IRC credentials from file environment, unknown environment key. Unknown key channel. Yeah. Actually, it's not true. It's not a known key. Unknown. Wait. Unknown environment key. It's not unknown. You should say not found. Environment key not found. Let's quickly try to fix that. Replace unknown. Unknown environment key. Environment key not found. GC. So then not found key. Please rename extract type. Oh yeah, yeah, sure. I'm gonna do that. Key. I probably have to do it like that. Not found. Not. I'm gonna do that. So give me some time. 20. Oh my god. Okay. So we have to select everything. 26. All right. So let's replace all of that. Extract. Right. So I think I'm doing it correctly. All right, it's going quite well. So now, if I try to do this thing, wait a fucking second. Why? What? It's supposed to. I accidentally removed it. I think. How did I accidentally remove it? Yeah. Channel. All right. Okay, this is exactly what I want. So let's actually add the channel here now. So it's gonna be like this. And go back. And if I try to do that, it does Tsoding Pog. Cool. And that channel is already customizable now. Nice. Now let's take a look at the diff. So we introduce the channel. Oh boy, okay, there's a lot of things that needs to be done here. What the fuck? Oh my god. Vim. Yeah, in Vim you have like a feature that allows you to increment, like decrement things, and sometimes you click, like press it. Whew, all right. So this is very interesting. We need to. I actually need to separate some of this stuff. All right. Git diff. So I want to have a separate commit for some other stuff. Extract. Yeah. So what's going to be the first thing? Adding channels are going to be separate commit. Renaming extract string is going to be, well, we can include it into that. So we want to have a separate commit for string to chunk, send line. and all of that jazz. So I'm gonna do add interactive, and we're gonna create a patch for this file. There we go. So do I want to include that into the patch? I don't think so. This is not going to be in the patch. I do want to include that in the patch and that in the patch as well. There we go. So this is how you interactively add these kind of things. So now, so in a cached, yeah. So this is going to be auth and join. Oh, I noticed a mistake. I introduced the channel, but I still don't use it in an actual login prot. Okay, so we'll have to fix that. We'll have to properly fix that. So this is going to be like this. To credentials channel. There we go. And here we have to have this thing, right? Have to have this thing, and this is going to be toString credentials channel. So if I try to now build all that and run it, is it gonna work? Still works. Didn't join. Oh, I know why. Because I actually include these hashes in the environment file. Yes, I'll actually include them there. So it's yet another of these cases where do you include them there or not there? You know what I mean? Yeah, and now it works, and it's supposed to say POG, but it didn't say POG. So it means I fucked up something. So I probably forgot to add spaces there. Yeah, I forgot to add space there. One more time. So now it should say POG. Yeah, there we go. There we go, there we go. Cool. So what do we have? Let's take a look at the diff. So now we have additional stuff here. Yeah, so we need to add this last hunk interactively for that file. No, I don't think so. Yes, please include that. And quit. So yeah, I actually need to take a look at the cached. Git commit all right, auth and join at which channel. So this is what we have here, and push origin master. You can find the source code of everything we're doing here like in chat, right? So here it is. All right, so here's another thing that we want to have. Introduce channel into the credentials. Cool. So I'm gonna add everything there. Introduce channel to the credentials, right? I'm gonna push that into the, did I do that? Push origin master as well. Cool. So that is cool. And do we need anything else? Do we need anything else? Yeah, I want you to probably start developing an RC module, right, that can parse stuff, but I don't really have much time for that already. So yeah, we actually had a pretty cool progress. So we managed to establish a secure connection and like authenticate and join and send a message. But it took way too much time, and I'm actually starting to question my idea of using this language for the bot. It's kind of difficult to use. I can see why people would prefer it for enterprise environment and stuff like that, but for my purposes, I think it's too verbose, it's too clunky. it's too enterprisey, I would even say. Yes, it is too enterprisey for what I'm trying to develop here. So yeah, but you can find all of the all of our experiments here. So I don't know, maybe I'm gonna like return to this at some point. That was an interesting experiment. That was definitely an interesting experiment. But unfortunately, boys and girls, it is time for me to go. It is definitely time for me to go. Thanks everyone who's watching right now. I really appreciate it. Have a good one, and I see you all tomorrow. Tomorrow we're gonna continue developing the virtual machine in C, by the way. So now, from now on, first 3 days in a week, we're developing the virtual machine. So, and the virtual machine is actually becoming more and more powerful. It is pretty powerful, and BASM starts to look like a proper programming language. I have a lot of ideas for the BASM, which will make it a little bit better for programming than, you know, x86 assembly or anything like that. And I kind of want to implement that. So yeah, check out our schedule for more information on different projects we're working on. All right, check out our VODs channel, right? Check out our VODs channel where we archive all of our streams. This stream is going to be there, but tomorrow we upload them on the next day. And also check out our Discord server for offline discussion with the community. And yeah, so that's it for today. Thanks everyone. Love you all. Mwah.